Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our council meeting here in beautiful Port Arlington. Congratulations on facing the wintry weather and arriving here. Council acknowledges the Wadawurrung, traditional owners of this land, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and also to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in the Greater Geelong community today. This meeting is being broadcast on the internet, and the recording of the meeting will be published on Council's website. Welcome everybody, and thank you for coming along and or tuning in to the May Council meeting. I'm going to actually says briefly hand over to Bellarine ward councillors, but that'll include myself as one, and I will join in with my fellow Ballarinas, Councillors Mason and Sullivan, for a short presentation, which you will see on the screen. This is a brief snapshot of some of the activities and projects happening in and around Port Arlington. So this is tailored for this particular meeting tonight. So can we have the next screen? Who's driving the PowerPoint? Suspense is killing me, but the big news is the North Ballarine's long-awaited swimming pool is getting closer. At last month's council meeting in Highton, we endorsed concept plans for the 50-metre outdoor heated pool at the Drysdale Sporting Precinct. And this is a major step forward because community members, as we know, have been calling for a new pool in the Ballarine's North for years, and the whole Ballarine has lobbied for a 50-metre pool for decades. I've known that since I moved down here about 20 years ago. We've also allocated $4.25 million over the next 2 years in the draft budget, which is taking our council contribution to $5.15 million for this project. And you can see Senator Sarah Henderson on the screen representing the federal government, which has committed $10 million specifically for the 50-metre year-round heated outdoor pool, and that was an opportunity that just couldn't be passed up. There are also 4 Ballarine Secondary College students pictured, and we know that the Drysdale Sporting Precinct is co-located with a number of schools, and they're all really excited about the new pool because that obviously will allow for full-scale training and swimming events and learn-to-swim programs. A lot of them currently drive all the way to Geelong College for swimming activities. And as we know, this is essential for increasing water safety, and we can't do a lot of the training in the ocean. We've heard the Bellarine community loud and clear on this one, particularly about the need for further facilities, therapy pool and indoor pool as well, which is why we've committed to investigating funding with all levels of government to add other features into the future. And I'll now hand over to Deputy Mayor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and thank you everyone for coming down today and braving the elements, as Mayor Asher said. And thank you to everybody for the third time who put all their submissions and thoughts in on our proposed 21-22 budget, which consultation wrapped up on today. All submissions to the budget process will now be considered before the budget, or hopefully comes to council, next month. Now, the draft budget balances COVID recovery with investment into new and ageing community facilities, with fiscal responsibility taken into account. Steph's already mentioned the amazing pool funding, which we're all very excited about. So I'll take you through what's left, the record $198 million investment in capital projects, which is allocated for sporting facilities, community centres, parks and open space. We have $5.35 million over 4 years for the 10-year vision for our Shared Trails Master Plan. This is to create a fully connected network of trails across the region for walkers, cyclists, horse riders and everybody in between. And it's fantastic to see that a 9-kilometre stretch between Drysdale and Port Arlington was identified as a network gap and has therefore been placed in the top 5 paths for prioritisation. In St Leonards, we've got another $250,000 to continue the streetscapes along Murray Road. We also have $1.35 million for the pavilion, net and ground upgrades for St Leonards Cricket Club over the 22-24 years, which is fantastic. It's about time we saw some investment in that facility. We know there were quite a few submissions about the absence of funding for the St Leonards Skate Park, which is a project which was heavily pushed by the community. Now, this was because we'd applied to the state government for funding, and I'm quite excited to announce that funding was accepted and announced by the state government. So that is going to be now a fully funded project, which will also come to fruition. The proposed budget is still worth having a read, though, even though consultation has finished, to go through it carefully, see what affects you, see if any of your favourite objects are in there, and just see how it gives a general broad-based path for the community. So head over to the Have Your Say link, which is on the screen there, the website there, and you can still get access to the full document. Jim?
Thank you, Trent, and welcome everybody. And I suppose if we drill a little bit further into the budget, one of the draft budget items I'm very happy about is the $1.157 million over 2 years to implement the Port Arlington Recreation Reserve Master Plan. Now, of course, this reserve is a much-loved coastal space and is home to the Port Arlington Sports Club, the Port Arlington Urban Fire Brigade, the Bellarine Agricultural Society and many others. And we all know that Port Arlington's grown a lot since the master plan was developed in 2011. And there have been many changes, and so it does make sense to reflect on the current and future needs of the area. And the plan will help guide future developments at the reserve and where the funding will be directed. And there was a lot of interest from community members, and we thank you for that, during last year's consultation. And we thank those that have continued meetings this year, and some of those people are here tonight, I note. Thank you to those major stakeholders. And many of you have already spoken of your love for the reserve, it being a centre of community life, its sporting facilities, the atmosphere at the playground, the many events that are held here, and the local vegetation, of course. Key issues and opportunities that were raised were around sports facility improvements, trails and connections, parking, habitat and open space improvements. The draft plan is now being further refined and is expected to go to the Council in July or August, so it can then be released again for further public feedback. So as Trent said just before, keep an eye out for the Your Say page over the next few months and see what's proposed for this reserve as well as for the budget. And you still have an opportunity to have your say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason and Deputy Mayor Sullivan. That was a very small snapshot of what's going on in the Bellarine. If you have the time to have a look at the budget detail, you'll see there's an awful lot of projects that are actually budgeted for in the Bellarine. So we're certainly trying to make up for that amount of contribution that we know that we all pay out here on the Bellarine. Now, this is our second meeting away from City Hall at a community-based venue so far this year. It's a particular joy to have it on the Bellarine. We did have one person who emailed and said that they would prefer to hear their city-based agenda item at City Hall tonight because Port Arlington is so remote. And I can assure you that on behalf of many residents of the Bellarine that Geelong sometimes feels a bit remote too. So being mindful also of the additional COVID-safe measures announced today by the state government, we have had a really good turnout. Thank you for coming along and for engaging with us. A special welcome to some of our Bellarine Ward youth councillors who are here tonight, Mackenzie and Maria, who are with us, and special congratulations to Mackenzie in her new role as Junior Deputy Mayor. Thanks. Thank you also to everybody watching home via the live stream. If you're interested in attending a meeting in future, in person, you can register on the website at geelongaustralia.com.au/meetings. We still have 2 meetings to come at community-based venues this year, one in each of Brownbill and Windermere wards. So keep an eye out for those of you who are on the live stream and not here, if you live in those wards, and make sure you come along. We do have a big agenda tonight, so I'll get going on the actual meeting report, and I know that there's a certain very brightly clad Lycra crew here that are waiting for agenda item number 5, so we'll try and keep it fairly strictly to time. All councillors, please, if you could stick to the time limits, the alarm will go off over there quite loudly, I hope, and if I start gesturing, you know you're going over time. Now, any apologies to note this evening? I don't think so. We have a couple of leaves of absence requests. I would like to request a leave from 7th to the 14th of June, please. May I have a mover for that? Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Seconded, Councillor Mason. Thank you very much. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Also, Councillor Harwood would like to request a leave of absence from the 1st of July to the 30th of July 2021. I'm happy to move that one. And seconded by Deputy Mayor Sullivan. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you very much. We have a couple of declarations of conflict of interest tonight in relation to the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a conflict with item 5. I do work for the TAC in my daytime capacity, and also my manager is on the KPST Trust.
Okay, thank you. So you will excuse yourself at item 5, and I think there was another declaration. Councillor Contel.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have a conflict with item 2. I own property in the CBD.
Great, thank you very much. That's noted. If any other conflicts arise during the meeting, please let me know. Can I also have a mover and seconder to confirm the minutes of the council meeting held on the 27th of April 2021? Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Seconded, Councillor Aitken. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, now we've got the public question and submission time. This is specifically available for questions and submissions rather than a forum for discussion, so no toing and froing. You come up and ask your question, you will receive an answer, and then we'd like you to resume your seat again. In accordance with our policy, we have 45 minutes from when we start for question time, and each person can address the council for 3 minutes, and we do try and keep the answers to 3 minutes as well. So please try and keep to that time limit to allow as many questions as possible. Now, questions and submissions provided in writing prior to the meeting will be considered first, and after that, anyone in the gallery will be given an opportunity to ask a question or make a submission if time permits. And I realise that there has been interest in some of the items on the agenda tonight, in particular item 5, the Building Better Bike Connections, and also Councillor Mason's notice of motion in relation to Tivoli Drive and future growth and stage development in Curlewis. As these items are being discussed for a decision tonight, councillors won't be able to answer any questions during public question time about those. But I do want to note that the council group has received a number of emails from the community, and your feedback plays a really important role in our decision-making process. You are still welcome to ask questions. However, if it's in relation to an item on the agenda this evening, we won't be able to provide you with an answer, but you'll be able to hear us consider the item shortly. And for those community members present who pre-submitted questions to council, you will have an opportunity to ask the question here, and the officers will respond to you. And note that the responses to those pre-submitted questions will also be sent to you tomorrow as well. And for those who aren't present tonight, the responses to your pre-submitted questions will also be sent tomorrow. It's important to note that the councillors have all read all the questions that have been sent in. And for tonight's meeting, we've received the following questions from community members. From Graham Floyd Smith, the Ocean Grove Principal Pedestrian Network; Ian Rabone about dogs on Ocean Grove Beach; Sarah Roberts about footpaths, special rates and charges; Dean Vella, the Packington Street footpaths; Robert Kangeyser, Bluff Road Town Planning and Building Inspections in St Leonards; Rowan Kent about the special rate Central Geelong marketing; Jennifer Jarrod, the Waste Energy Facility in Lara; Building Better Bike Connections, Gail Lay and Jeremy Klitzing; Drysdale, Clifton Springs, Port Allington Development, Bruce Drummond and Mercedes Drummond; and the proposed motocross in Finesford, Sue Davies, Ben McLennan, Leanne Owen and Lauren Ainsworth; and Climate Change Response Plan and Targets from Vicky Perrott, Sally Fisher and Monica Winston. And as I mentioned earlier, a written response will be provided to those community members who are unable to attend tonight's meeting. So can I have a show of hands of those in the gallery whose names I've just read out? Great, okay, so we've got a few. So we will have one at a time, and I've got them in the order that I've got the sheet here. So we'll have those questions first, and then if we have time, we'll have remaining questions from the gallery. Anyone whose name isn't on the list who also wants to ask a question? Only a couple. Okay, that's good. Great. So we can keep the meeting moving. Please keep all the questions as brief as possible. Discussion won't be entered into unless it's about clarification. And as a reminder, you'll be given 3 minutes. So if we can go through, do we have Graham Floyd Smith with us? No. Ian Rabone? No. Sarah Roberts, I think she's a late apology. Dean Vella? Gail Lay? Jeremy Klitzing? Great. Jeremy, you're up.
Hi, my questions to the council. Why was the decision taken to defer awarding the contract for the construction of the Southern Bike Loop? And the related question is whether that same reasons still stand and the contract might not be awarded tonight.
Okay, thank you for the question, Jeremy. As I said, we can't speak to this item because it's on an agenda guide. Would you like to?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Jeremy, for your question. As I think you're probably well aware, this matter will be considered by Council at tonight's meeting.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to answer why it was deferred because I moved the deferral.
Okay, if you're happy to answer that and it won't prejudice your
thanks for the question.
Thanks, Councillor Contrell.
So from my perspective, the reason I moved the deferral is I didn't feel that personally I was fully informed on some of the matters related to the design of the bike lane, in particular to egress and access from some of the sites along the bike route, particularly in Murrabul Street. Also had some questions and concerns around the bi-directional bike lanes, which I needed further information on. And there was a number of councillors that shared that view, and so we took the extra time to do that. In terms of the tender being at jeopardy, I'll need others to answer that, but we were advised that it wasn't.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Contrell, and thanks, Jeremy, for the question. And typically when somebody requests a deferral, we have a policy amongst this council group that we don't enter into a discussion about it. We just accept or not accept that request for a deferral, so rather than we don't speak to a deferral. Just for some clarity there. Is Robert Geyser here? Robert, please come up to the front and welcome.
The unit that's going to be built in number 1 and 2 Bluff Road, the 5 shops and 15 flats above, where are they going to park? We haven't got enough parking now. That's one question, if we can answer that one. Mm-hmm. That goes on to pathways. Because we've got no parking, what I'm suggesting now is Sea Change 2, Sea Breeze, that the path be continued up from the shopping centre as ASP up to the bowling club, whereas people hopefully will walk from Sea Change if the road is done or footpath is done in Macbeth Street, or if you go down into Ward Street, there's 5 house lots in that street which could bring the pathway down from Sea Change 2 into a pathway that you're going to run right up Miradoc Road. If that could be done, that saves a lot of that. The corner, which I've been down there this morning with one of your engineers, the corner on Miradoc Road, Blanche Street and the Esplanades, the people were injured in town. 4 people were run over with a truck with a tray on it, which we're getting a lot of them there. We noticed when I was down there with Tom, the architect for us, and Dean Bushell some time ago, we watched the bus run over the crossing or around over the curb in front of the hotel, near the front. The sweep, when the traffic's coming down Miradoc Road or down Miradoc Road, and then when it's blocked off on the Esplanade, or Blanche Street, the traffic builds up. The buses have to jump up over the curb on the corner. They've got a precast, they're getting it ready to pour now on the other side where the crossing is. It's going on to the school. The crossing should move down further away from the corner and allow that corner to be cut a bigger radius. I had him down there today to talk to him about it, but apparently what I've been told is a lot of this is on the Road Traffic Authority and they've redesigned things, and I don't know what can happen, and Dean Bushell didn't know either. Now that's that one, but I could go on for another half an hour if you want to.
Thank you, Robert. No, good detail. I like it. Look, I'll hand over to Guy because I understand that there are conversations going on, and Dean Bushell, otherwise known as the Mayor of St Leonards, probably has a fair bit of information about this too. But Guy, if you could take this question, that would be great.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Robert, for your questions. Some of the things you've just raised there are a little bit different or added to the question that you've submitted, so I'll certainly have to take some of those on notice. But with respect to your queries about stormwater and parking, yes, we thank you for your suggestions. There's some very positive suggestions. We are investigating with respect to stormwater management and improvements that we can make in that area, and we are looking at potential future car parking and other land uses in and around the town. And you also had some suggestions for additional facilities that are needed, such as a medical clinic, light commercial property, and the need for local building inspectors. And we again say it's a very positive suggestion, and a meeting will be arranged with you and the relevant officers to look into all these matters. So again, thank you for your suggestions and your questions tonight.
I just notice with a lot of the buildings that are going on, the standard of the building light code isn't good enough. You don't have damp courses properly put into brickwork or anything like that, because I've been told that it wears out in 3 years' time. Don't put it in. And I've gone around to a lot of them. There's so many things going wrong with things, but no one's working in together. You know, we've got people coming into the town. There's another 1,000 houses coming in. We've gone to the local doctors. He's told us to go to Drysdale. Drysdale's told them to go to Geelong Hospital. That's what's happening down there.
Okay, Robert,
And what
can I
we've
just
got to
suggest...
do, development's
Can we
got to
take
slow
this one
down and
offline?
stop.
Thank you. We'll take that one offline. I think there's a few good questions there, and I think if we can actually answer those, that would be terrific with Guy and the team. Thank you.
I got the flick.
Appreciate that. There's a few questions in there. You did well. Is Bruce Drummond here? Yes, I've seen Mercedes. Welcome, Bruce.
Thank you. My question is to Stephanie. It's quite clear that in the last 2 years there's been an increase in the number of applications for infills in the long-standing Drysdale Clifton Springs precincts, all of which the community is overwhelmingly opposing. Since each one of being approved is destroying our unique village, semi-rural characteristics of our township, never to be regained. If we are to believe that these applications for subdivisions are driven by a shortage of housing lots, my question is, why is the second stage of the Curlewis precinct not being expedited? This would address a number of issues: the stance that there is a shortfall of housing allotments, the construction of Tivoli Drive Boulevard would then be fast-tracked, which needs to be done. Equally significant, it would remove the pressure on our limited and much valued semi-rural pockets. In relation to the modification of Tivoli Drive, we believe that the best long-term result is the inset parking on the nature strips. I'm a member of the Drysdale Clifton Springs Curlewis Association.
Great. Thank you for the questions, Bruce. And I am going to pass this over to Gareth as our Director of Planning. But in terms of infill, as we've said before, we all know that inappropriate development and overdevelopment of the Bellarine has been an issue, and the settlement strategy has largely addressed that in terms of locking the township boundaries, but infill is the trade-off with that. So there will be and continue to be some element of infill rather than having suburban sprawl. So just, I know it's not a perfect world, but there is always going to be a trade-off one way or the other. And I'll just hand over to Gareth to explain the structure plan infill planning.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Bruce. Appreciate you coming along and asking the questions. So the Drysdale Clifton Springs structure plan does support SME infill development, Drysdale and Clifton Springs, and also larger greenfield residential subdivisions in the Jetty Road urban growth area in our Curlewis. The landowners and developers of the Jetty Road Stage 2 are in the process of applying for a planning scheme amendment to rezone Stage 2. This is the equivalent size to Stage 1 that's already been developed. Council officers have been working through the and subdivision issues with the proponents for several months now. This includes early delivery of the duplication of Tivoli Drive, such as drainage and open space to be dealt with.
Sorry, mate, could you just repeat that? But I couldn't hear your mic was playing up.
Yeah, it's dropping in and out a bit, isn't it?
Yes.
Apologies. So the last part I just referred to, Bruce, was that officers have been working with through the rezoning and subdivision issues with the proponents over the last several months. This includes early delivery of the duplication of Tivoli Drive, amongst other issues such as drainage and open space are being worked through. The City is aware of the need to rezone this area to enable further lot supply. We're expecting these key issues to be resolved in coming months, and a report on the amendment will then be put to Council to enable public exhibition later this year. Just with regard to Tivoli Drive and the comments you made on inset parking, So with respect to that suggestion, due to the narrowness of the road reserve and the location of the services in the nature strip, this is generally not practical and certainly something the officers have investigated previously as well.
Hence,
Thank you,
why
Gareth.
is the road so narrow?
I think, as most of you are aware, it's actually the stage 1, and then stage 2, with stage 2 development, becomes further to the boulevard and expands further when the additional residential area comes in.
Okay, even if
Thank
lights
you.
have been built on that side of the road, been put in place, permanent lights?
Yes, as I said, the road doesn't meet
Okay,
that
thank you,
size.
Bruce.
Thank you.
Just so that you know, there is a notice of motion about Tivoli Road, and we have just decided that we'll probably move that further up the agenda. How many people are here to listen to the Tivoli Road notice of motion? Okay, we might bring that forward on the agenda. That's been a proposal, but we'll discuss that when we finish the questions. So thank you, Bruce, for your questions, and thank you, Gareth, for the answers. Mercedes Drummond, would you like to come forward and ask your question? Welcome.
Thank you, Ms Asher and councillors. I'm President of the Drysdale Clifton Springs Kaluas Association, and it's in this role that I'm asking this question. As Council knows, all communities on the Bellarine are concerned at over and inappropriate development. For that reason, we are anxiously awaiting the full implementation of the Victorian Government's Bellarine Distinctive Areas and Landscapes Declaration. In that regard, we understand that Council on this Thursday will be determining its attitude towards the issue of a permit for the construction of a 5-level residential and commercial complex on the north or bay side of Newcombe Street, Port Arlington. We share the concerns of the Port Arlington Community Association about this proposal, and we are interested in the views of Council about inviting the State Government to issue interim height controls pending the finalisation of the DUL.
Thank you, Mercedes, for the question. And as you know, given the meeting on Thursday night about this particular application, we can't comment. And I will ask Gareth to answer the questions about the distinctive area and landscapes position. Thanks, Gareth.
Thank you, Mayor, and welcome, Mercedes, and thank you for the questions. So the City is expecting the State Government to soon release statement of planning policy. Sorry, mine keeps dropping out a little bit here. As part of the DUL process. In fact, their website refers to by the end of May, so hopefully it's very imminent. We are expecting that the settlement boundaries around the Bellarine Township and also address the planning controls within the townships will be addressed in this. And I know you've been actively participating in the process, so aware of that as well. When the draft statement of planning policy is released, officers will review it and develop a draft submission, which will be presented to Council for endorsement within that month. With regard to the interim planning controls, it would be premature for the Council to form a position on issues such as interim height controls pending release of the statement of planning policy. However, we would encourage, obviously, all the community members here to continue to participate in the DUL process and express their views when it's released, hopefully within the next week or two.
Yep. Thank you, Gareth, and thanks, Mercedes, for the question. We are all eagerly awaiting, and please do make your feelings known to the State. Do we have Sue Davies with us? Welcome, Sue.
Good work. Thank you for having us here to ask some questions tonight. Please say no to Finesford Motocross. Last meeting I asked a question about the proposed motocross track in Finesford. Council's response to my question included the statement, "In late 2016, a G21 motocross land suitability assessment was completed following the closure of Macadam Park. The assessment considered the functional needs of motocross riders and the land use requirements for a facility. The report looked at other options to provide a home for motocross, given it is often a hard-to-locate sport due to noise and other amenity issues it generates close to other incompatible uses. can you please advise as to whether G21 identified any sites in Fyonsford as suitable sites for a motocross track? G21 clearly established a criteria for the assessment of sites for potential motocross activities. One of those criteria was the proximity of the facility to residential properties. Can you please confirm what distance to residential properties was used in the evaluation of suitable motocross sites in the G21 land suitability assessment? When G21 was assessing the sites for a motocross track, consideration was given to noise and other amenity issues it generates close to other incompatible uses. Can you please outline what noise levels are generated from such a facility? What are the amenity issues referred to? And what are the incompatible uses G21 referred to? Thank you, Mayor Stephanie and also Martin, for your contribution on the board of G21. We appreciate your efforts in a regional capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. And I will make note that this hasn't come before G21 in the time that I've been on the board, incidentally, but out of interest. Gareth, would you like to answer these questions, please? Good questions, Sue.
Thank you, Mayor, and yes, thank you, Sue, for coming along tonight and for sharing these questions. So with regard to your first question in relation to was Fyonsford site a suitable site? No sites in Fyonsford were identified as suitable for this purpose. Question 2, in relation to the criteria used for distances. So no distance was prescribed as being a limit of what was acceptable. The assessment considered a range of distances from 0 to 0.5 kilometres through to greater than 2 kilometres. So the assessment was weighted in a manner where sites closer to residential properties were less suitable for a regional motocross facility. So as you got further away, you got a higher weighting in the ranking of that site, which you'd expect, but there was no actual site as a preferred distance, I should say. With regards to your question 3 regarding were noise levels and amenity issues, how they were considered, the report referenced work undertaken that suggests that as an approximate guide of 45 decibels, equivalent continuous noise level to a noise receptor 2 kilometres from the noise source without additional noise controls in place. The main issues related to motocross are most commonly, but not limited to, dust and noise. Incompatible land uses would be generally defined as those where dust and noise generated from a motocross facility would have a detrimental impact on the enjoyment or use of the adjacent land for its defined purpose. And I appreciate the noise one. There's a little bit of complexity there, but we'd be more than happy to talk about that offline as well if you wish to further.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you for the questions. Do we have Ben McLennan with us? Welcome, Ben.
Thank you. So my questions do relate directly and indirectly to the proposed motocross facility. I won't read the entire thing, but in my question I referenced the neighbourhood amenity local law, specifically relating to the riding of motorbikes on private land within 500 metres of a dwelling. Further says that it is allowed so long as the users of the motocross bikes have the signed consent of those living within 500 metres that it's okay for them to do so. I live within 450 metres of the proposed motocross track at 295 Hamilton Highway, Fyonsford. On the morning of the 17th of April, I was lying in bed only to be woken by the noise of 2 dirt bikes on the proposed track, noting that the application is actually for 30 bikes at a time. On Saturday the 8th of May, whilst I sat at my kitchen table, my conversation was interrupted by the sound of a single dirt bike. I can assure Council that I've not been asked by the applicant for my consent in writing to the use of the track, nor have I provided such consent. I'm also aware that such breaches were raised at the last Council meeting, and several complaints of this ongoing breach were lodged with Council since. My question is, noting the 15 penalty units per breach of the local law, What has the council done to address these breaches and ensure the nearby residents that such non-compliance won't continue? Second question relates to directly to the application for the tract, which would be situated actually within 300 metres of the closest residence. I understand several questions were raised regarding the integrity of the submitted acoustics report at the last meeting. Council responded to such questions by deferring to a peer review it had commissioned without offering any details regarding the process undertaken or content of the peer review. My question is, when will the details of the peer review be made available to the public so that residents have an opportunity to consider the contents and address any perceived or actual shortcomings?
Thank you, Ben. Good questions. I will once again throw to our Director of City Planning and Economy, Gareth Smith. Thank you, Gareth.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ben, for coming along and asking those questions. So with regard to potential breaches of the amenity, so in the last 12 months, our local laws officers have received 7 complaints in relation to that particular location. The complaints have been investigated and a notice to comply was issued this month. That one. The local laws team has not received any further complaints since the notice of comply was issued earlier this month. If an infringement was to be issued, this would be for 3 penalty units, which is a maximum infringement penalty for this offence. If a matter such as this was to proceed to the court, though, a maximum penalty the court may impose is up to 15 penalty units. So it changes depending where it's been dealt with. Yeah. A penalty unit means a penalty unit under the Sentencing Act. For local laws, a penalty unit is currently fixed by the state government as a value at $100 per penalty unit. Our local laws officers will continue to undertake patrols of the area and monitor it, and again welcome any other feedback of potential breaches. With regard to...
Keep going, Gareth.
I think they'll let me answer this question for you, Ben, I'm sure.
Thank you.
So with regard to the peer review, so planning officers will prepare a report for the planning committee to consider whether the proposal is appropriate in the context of all the information that's been provided with the application. All of the planning details, including the assessment that they submitted and the peer review of the acoustics report that the city's undertaken, will be considered at the planning committee and referenced in the officer's report and will be available online the week prior to the meeting, which is a standard process for the planning process.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ben.
That's great. Thank you, Gareth, and thank you, Ben, for the questions. Do we have Rowan Kent with us this evening? No? Okay. Vicky Perrott. I know we have Vicky. Bright in pink. Welcome, Vicky.
Yes. Welcome to Port Arlington from myself and my fellow Bellarine Bells. You can tell what issue we're here to support. But I'm actually here with another hat on. I'm Vicky Perrott and I'm the President of Geelong Sustainability. And Geelong Sustainability is very proud to be a vision partner of the City of Greater Geelong and doing what we can to help support that clever and creative vision. And I do congratulate Council on their 2020 progress report. It's been a very difficult year, so it's good to see that report come out. But I have 2 questions in relation to that report. Firstly, it relates to the aspiration for the city to have a fast, reliable and connected transport network. And the key performance indicator there is for 50% of journeys to work to be made by public transport, walking or cycling. Now, the progress report still only has baseline data, which reports that 8.75% of journeys are being made in that active mode, and that's at 2016. So my question is, why has this indicator not been updated since 2016? When will more up-to-date data be available, and how does Council plan to boost active travel? And secondly, my question, my second part, relates to perhaps a more important part, and that's to the city becoming a carbon neutral region by 2047. We know that the Council recognised the climate emergency back in September 2019, and the progress report shows that emissions are not reducing. In fact, the only reduction was 0.47% compared to the baseline data in 2017. We know that council's own operations are going to be carbon neutral by 2025, and we congratulate you on the progress you made there. But we also recognise that your emissions are only 1% of the region as a whole. So there's an enormous amount of work that needs to be done. We believe that interim targets are a necessary and valuable way of trying to guide progress. The state government has recently announced its interim targets to reduce emissions by 28 to 33% by 2025 and by 45 to 50% by 2030. So what we want to ask Council is, will they seriously consider adopting the state government's interim emission reduction targets as a way to lead the municipality in its transition to a clean energy economy?
Thank you for the questions, Vicky, and it's very exciting. I'll leave Guy to answer some of the questions, but certainly as Chair of the Sustainability Performance Portfolio and Head of the Sustainability Advisory Committee, I'm really excited to say that we have set more ambitious targets than what the state government has. We were looking at them again today. The Council will be considering them in June, and they will come to a Council meeting in July. So without giving the game away, I think you'll be very pleasantly surprised. And that does include active transport and our climate change response plan. So we are doing a very holistic approach to all of our sustainability activities, and the targets should be coming to Council in July. And I think you will be very pleased because they are more ambitious than the state government's. But I will now hand over to Guy to answer your question specifically about data and why we haven't got things later than 2016.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Vicky, for your excellent questions. The answer to your first question in two parts. Part one was about performance data, and part two is about our plans for active travel. With respect to the data, the key data source is the Australian Census of Population and Housing, which is only done every 5 years, so it was done in 2016. You'll be pleased to know that it's being done again this year in 2021, and we will get the revised data at some stage in 22 when it's released by the ABS, so we will have up-to-date data in the next year or so. With respect to active travel, I guess our main existing plan is our Comprehensive Integrated Transport Plan, and key projects under that include implementing the Strategic Cycling Corridor, including our Building Better Bike Connections project. As you're probably aware, we've recently implemented the Western Link, and tonight Council will be considering stage 1 of the Southern Link. We've also recently adopted the Shared Trails Master Plan in 2020, which was an action stemming from the Municipal Public Health and Wellbeing Plan. And this master plan identifies key gaps in our network between existing trails to support active travel as a means of commuting and also recreation and leisure. And there's significant funding for the Shared Trails Master Plan in the 21-22 budget. With respect to future plans for active travel, the 21-22 budget has funding for an integrated transport plan. So that will be a new plan to replace our existing comprehensive integrated transport plan that's currently available on our website. And the new integrated transport plan will consider how all modes of transport are supported into Geelong into the future, particularly for active travel, as we strive to, as you said at the start, to achieve that 50% of sustainable travel to work by 2047. Your second question, as the Mayor said, we are looking at our emission targets as part of our climate change response plan, and you'll get an opportunity to comment on the interim targets during July when that plan is put out for public exhibition. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Guy, and thank you, Vicky. And I will actually say the Shared Trails Master Plan was actually a project initiated by the 3 Bellarine Ward councillors in November 2017 on Councillor Mason's veranda when we all said we need to do a Shared Trails Master Plan. That'll be an easy win, quote unquote. 3.5 years later, we've got a master plan with great support from everybody. So it actually was initiated by the 3 Bellarine Ward councillors. Now, do we have Leanne Owen with us? Welcome, Leanne.
My questions are also in relation to the motocross facility. Yep. The first question is in relation to the location of the noise assessments. The noise report in the proposal references noise assessments being conducted at Province Boulevard. Given homes are now much closer to the proposed facility than Province Boulevard, has or will any independent noise assessment or review be conducted at locations closer to the facility, such as Majestic Drive, and also other areas such as along the parkland that will be impacted the most from the development? Question 2 is in relation to the effect on parks and nature reserves. The submission considers noise from the proposed motocross facility against documents noise from industry in regional Victoria recommended maximum noise levels, the State Environmental Protection Policy and the Motorsport case study in the New South Wales Noise Guide for Local Government. The conclusion drawn in the proposal is that community amenity would not be affected at the determined noise levels. However, stated in the Noise from Industry in Regional Victoria document in section 2.1 is that about parks and nature reserves not being protected at those recommended noise levels. For any independent noise assessment or review conducted, will or has the impact on parks and nature reserves in the area be factored in accordingly? And the last question is in relation to noise assessment methodology. In the proposal, the referenced State Environmental Protection Policy, together with the New South Wales EPA Noise Guide for Local Governments in Part 2, both state that noise character, such as tone and impulsiveness, need to be taken into consideration when assessing noise and outline correction factors that must be applied to accommodate characteristics of noise. The submission, however, does not consider noise character or apply any correction factors. Also, in the New South Wales EPA Noise Guide for Local Government in section 2.3, measuring noise, it states, so that noise results can be accurately compared, it is important that noise tests being compared are conducted under the same conditions. Atmospheric factors that can impact noise readings include wind speed, wind direction, rain, etc. The noise report from Clarity Acoustics, conducted in June 2020, relied on previous background noise level measurements taken by Marshall Day back in April 2018, meaning they were not taken at the same time under the same conditions. The Clarity Acoustics report also didn't make any reference in their report to atmospheric factors such as wind speed and the direction being taken into consideration during their noise assessments. Will or has any independent noise assessment or review factor in noise characteristics and atmospheric conditions? Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne, for those very detailed questions. I will hand over to Gareth to answer those ones. Thanks, Gareth.
Thank you, Leanne, for the questions. Certainly, you raised very valid questions, which is why the City undertook a peer review to actually also get some independent advice regarding the acoustics report that was assessed. We don't expect any further reports to be done on top of the peer review that we have had undertaken. Council, as I mentioned with the response to Ben, Council's Planning Office is now preparing the report for the Planning Committee to consider whether the proposal is appropriate in the context of all the information provided, including the peer review, and it will discuss those issues in that report. I'd also just want to note that I didn't mention to Ben was just regarding, obviously, the Planning Committee is also a public meeting, similar to this council meeting. We would encourage all submitters, obviously, to submit but also attend that meeting, and there is an opportunity, of course, to share your views to the councillors as part of that Planning Committee on the night. So we encourage you to participate in that on the evening when it's held.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Gareth. I think Councillor Murray wanted to say a few words. Thanks.
I did, and it's probably an answer a little bit to Sue's first question, just in relation to the G21. I sit on the Sport and Rec pillar, and the motocross facility is a priority project for that, and has been for a number of years, and it remains a priority project, but they cannot find a facility for it in the G21 region, and those investigations have been done, and at the moment one doesn't exist. And the only commentary about a possible site is the old fiscal fire training centre. Now, I'm not sure that it's even in the G21 region. It's on Bacchus Marsh Road, some distance from Geelong. So that's the only site that has been spoken about or identified as a possibility, but that's as far as that has gone.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Murray. And thanks, Leanne, for bringing a question. Do we have Lauren Ainsworth with us tonight? Great. Welcome, Lauren.
Thank you very much. My question also applies applies to the proposed motocross facility. The Mount Brandon Peninsula landscape design adjacent to the Geelong Ring Road boasts the staged development of passive recreational facilities with public open spaces for picnics, viewing and seating areas, potentially a playground and informal recreation facilities. It is also home to hundreds of flora and fauna species. I was so delighted to hear that Council had recently committed $1.8 million for the staged development of these works in its 3-year capital works program, as well as $2.5 million for the remediation and landscaping of nearby Gully 2 and 3. I am a resident of Highton with a young family who uses the park extensively for family downtime. As we walk through the area, we are constantly amazed by the incredible flora and fauna this area supports. The City of Greater Geelong's Mount Brandon Peninsula Landscape Plan recognises this asset and makes reference to the rich biodiversity found in this area, itself listing the significance of many of the species the area is home to. A 2017 Flora and Fauna Technical Report for the Western Geelong Growth Area, conducted by Ecology and Heritage Partners Proprietary Limited, similarly makes reference to 57 significant fauna species recorded within their study area, which encompasses this site. Now, before Council is an application for a motocross track, one of the noisiest sports that I can think of, on a site adjacent to a purpose-built open space and recreation area, and also a space which is quite clearly incredibly biodiverse, albeit exceptionally fragile. My first question is, how can Council possibly consider that a motocross track adjacent to this development is appropriate and in keeping with the design intent of the Barwon River Trail? Secondly, the Mount Brandon Peninsula Landscape Plan has clearly been designed to provide sufficient area to protect and improve environmental values along the river. Given the extent of wildlife and native vegetation already clearly identified in this area, how does Council intend to protect and encourage natural growth and development of this space if it is compromised by usage that is not in keeping with the environmental values stated on the master plan for the area? My final question, given the recent quite extensive earth-moving activities on the subject property, the question must be asked, has the City of Greater Geelong followed all the Corangamite CMA and Cultural Heritage Overlay assessments and requirements for this site for the works already completed, in particular those earthworks which have occurred very close to the banks of the Barwon River? Apologies for the length of my question.
No, that's good, Lauren. Really good questions. And I will hand over once again to Gareth for the answers. Thank you, Gareth.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the questions, Lauren. I guess firstly it's important to obviously recognise again it's still to be considered yet, so certainly no decisions have been made, and it's certainly an application from the private sector, not one of councils doing either as well, which everyone has a right to make an application for a use on their land. As such, as we've mentioned to the other questions, is obviously the application, the actual assessments being undertaken by the officers, and that'll be considered by the Planning Committee in the near future. But the considerations will all be done against the planning scheme, where all permits has to be considered against, and that includes some of the references you've made as well. The decision of the Planning Committee will be made as a responsible authority where the city are under this circumstance, and again it will be actually considered against the Planning and Environment Act. All the planning controls under the Greater Planning Scheme will be the key guidance to future decisions on this one. But no doubt, I'm sure, hopefully again, like I've mentioned to the others, please participate when it comes to the Planning Committee. I'm sure the councillors will be eager to hear your views and share them with them.
Sorry, just that third question with the recent earthworks.
Oh, the earthworks by the developer, your proponent?
Yeah, the applicant, yes.
And so has it been investigated?
Yes.
We're looking into the matter, as I mentioned previously, with some local law amenity issues that have been investigated. We're looking into other items there as well, whether there's any breaches relevant to cultural heritage within the 500 metres area of the Borderway. So,
excellent. Thank you very much.
No worries. My pleasure.
Thank you, Lauren. They were really good questions. Councillor Nelson.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just a question. Has the date been made public yet or not?
No, not at this stage.
Okay.
No.
When will that be made public? Sorry, when will that be made public?
I think when the quorum's confirmed up, I would suggest, but I'm not sure that quorum's been confirmed. I have to
Planning
take it on
Chair,
notice.
do you have an insight into the date for this one? Yeah, we will announce it as soon as we confirm that date. Yep. Okay, great, thank you. Probably only have time for one more question. Sally Fisher, have we got Sally with us? No? Monica Winston? Jennifer Jarrod? Jennifer? Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you. I'll give you my address later to help clean my place. I'm 8-month-old Charlotte's nana, and that's compelled me to be the Vice President of Geelong Sustainability. So our question is, Geelong Sustainability has written to all councillors to raise our concerns about the waste-to-energy facility being proposed in Lara. We are pleased that the EPA is holding a Section 20B community conference to listen to the community's concerns. Incineration is the most expensive and dirtiest form of energy production, undermining jobs and destroying finite resources while leaving significant amounts of toxic ash requiring secured landfill. The EPA says waste to energy is a transitional role, but this proposal talks about a 25 years of operation. This facility seems to be contrary to the city's waste and resource recovery policy. In their Environmental Works Approval Application, Part 1, Prospect Hill International Proprietary Limited state in Section 3.1, page 38, that the project does not trigger referral criteria for an environmental effects statement. We believe that the nature and scope of a 400,000 tonne waste-to-energy incinerator so close to residents would require an EES. So my first question is, given that the waste-to-energy facility will be located in Lara within the greater City of Geelong, will be proposed to be located in Lara within the greater City of Geelong, what, if any, contractual arrangements has the council entered into with Prospect Hill International Proprietary Limited? My second question, what steps, including ensuring an environmental effects statement under the Act, can the council undertake to ensure the health and safety of residents and workers in Lara? Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. They're really good questions. I will hand over once again to Gareth for this one. We are not the authority on this particular situation. Gareth, can you please explain?
Yeah, no, a very good point, Mayor, and thank you for the question, Jennifer. So as the Mayor was just alluding to, and you're possibly aware, the Minister for Planning is the responsible authority for such waste-to-energy facilities across Victoria for planning applications. They don't get referred to the councillors for a decision. They're not involved in that process for the planning application. With regard to your question on about any contractual arrangements within the council, the city has no waste supply contractual arrangements with Prospect Hill, so there is no arrangement about the supply of any waste. And then with regards to your point around the EES, as I mentioned, the Minister is the responsible authority for this, but also any decisions relating to EES is actually a decision of the Minister for Planning as well, not the city, and that applies across Victoria.
Thank you, Gareth.
And Mayor, if I might just...
Yeah, Councillor Grisbeck, go for it.
Thank you for your question. And because the council doesn't have any decision-making authority in this case, I've taken it upon myself to be an objector to this particular process through the EPA. I think it's important that we attend the open session in a couple of weeks' time.
Next Tuesday
in Lara.
night.
Yeah, next Tuesday.
1st of June.
So I'll have to seek leave from the Mayor maybe for the council meeting on that night to be able to attend. But I think the opportunities are for people to have their voices heard next week.
Great, thank you very much.
And Jennifer, certainly waste to energy is something that we discuss as a council group from a strategic perspective. There's a list of topics which I'm for sure from Geelong Sustainability's point of view, you'll know we're talking about gas, we're talking about waste to energy, the whole future in the context of our sustainability framework and action plan as well. So we are absolutely all getting together to understand what the city's position is, what the council's position is. So as soon as we have clear positions on those, we will share.
8 months old Charlotte, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's our time up, and it actually did complete our list of people who had submitted, and those people will also receive written answers as well tomorrow. So we will move into Section B, reports, which I think is what most people are here for. Item 1. Oh, actually, are there any petitions? I nearly missed petitions. No? Okay. Councillor Contell, you'd like to perhaps suggest a procedural...
A procedural motion, Madam Mayor, in order of the agenda to bring C-section, the notice of motion, to the top of the agenda. I appreciate and understand that it's Councillor Jim's notice of motion, but I've cleared it with him and he's fine to talk to.
Okay, to bring that forward, that essentially means that the people who have come here for Tivoli Drive don't need to sit through the entire meeting, because typically the notices of motion are towards the end of the meeting. So, on that note, do we have to put that to the vote? Are we happy to... You're moving that? I'll second that. Those in favour of moving the notice of motion to the first item? Those against? Okay. So we shall consider Councillor Mason's notice of motion. You're moving. Who's seconding this one, please? Councillor Sullivan, thank you. Councillor Mason, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. Thank you, Councillor Contell. And clearly we had some people in the hall tonight with a lot of influence. The Jetty Road urban growth plan sets the strategic direction and provides a framework for the development of land in the Jetty Road growth area in the Drysdale, Clifton Springs area. This plan includes a Stage 1 and Stage 2 development. Stage 1 was rezoned in 2009, and at the time the urban growth plan was adopted. A significant portion of Stage 1 has now been subdivided and developed, and that includes the east side of Tivoli Drive. Mayor, since our election in 2017, there's been ongoing disquiet about Tivoli Drive, Corriel Road, and recurrent correspondence between the city, community associations, residents and councillors. Further, we've been advised that Corriel Road will not be sealed, that developer contributions will substantially fund a boulevard-style avenue in Tivoli Drive in the second stage of the development, perhaps in 2025. And in the meantime, Tivoli Drive will operate under an interim design. Mayor Asher, there is an old saying, buyer beware. Nevertheless, I've witnessed plans where the south end of Stage 1 Tivoli Drive ended at the rail trail. Some early community expectations were for an interim road, a suburban access road to the northern shopping centre only. And what do we have now? A first-class controlled entrance to a boulevard. It's very attractive and it's used a lot. Soon, after the rail trail intersection travelling north, it reverts to a two-lane drive, one lane which is partially occupied by randomly parked cars. Recent traffic studies revealed 4,500 vehicles per day, vehicles of all types and at all times of the day. Noise, especially from heavy, unladen trucks and dog trailers, are consistently reported as a major problem. Concurrently, we're aware Hermsley Road and Port Road intersection is being upgraded, and requests for the use of Corriel Road to reconnect or to connect with Hermsley Road are re-emerging to relieve the pressure on Tivoli Drive. Mayor Asher, I want to recognise that officers have worked hard and with limited funding to find satisfactory solutions, and they have continued to consult with residents. Unfortunately, a satisfactory solution hasn't been found. Step-by-step improvements have been made: reduced speed limits, increased line markings, some parking restrictions, addition of speed humps and subsequent removal of one. Some of these improvements, the speed humps, have caused substantial increase in noise, and truck operators have been requested to use other routes. Some comply and some don't. I note here also that residents have appealed to truck operators and have had some success. Once again, there's some compliance and some non-compliance. Some people have been seriously affected by the noise, especially the noisy empty trucks crossing the speed humps. Residents have been active in searching for solutions, but they have a real problem and they have not been dormant. Recently, I've been advised that cars parked in traffic lanes are another form of traffic calming measure. I see this as unacceptable and detrimental and compromises safety. And I commend the tenacity of the residents. Mayor, I also recognise the safety problems in the current design and the very difficult problems posed to residents, their parking problems, related safe access to their properties and their right to a peaceful existence and substantial noise reduction. My motion amplifies the need for ongoing work to solve these problems, the need for a unified understanding for future development. It provides a deadline and perhaps some certainty over the next 5 years. All need to be aware of the options provided through a report, and in this light, ongoing, careful community engagement is required. Thank you, Mayor. I recommend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. And Deputy Mayor Sullivan to second.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mason, for putting a notice of motion up. Councillor Mason has naturally explored and moved the motion quite comprehensively, so I won't add too much more to it because not too much more can be said. It is very welcomed notice of motion. To receive a report back by August is actually quite a tight deadline for officers, so I'm glad that we'll be able to achieve that. The main product of this is that we have listened to the people of the area. We can tell not only from their own observations but from ours as well that you can put all you want in paper and build to all the certain standards as a requirement, but in physicality, looking at Tivoli Drive, it is not fit for use for its purpose. It's not. We'll see this report back. Traffic measures have been implemented. Hopefully with this we'll have a concrete base to launch off to actually rectifying the problem, not just passing the buck. So I'm happy to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Sullivan. Any other comments on this one? Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, look, I appreciate Councillor Jim for putting forward this notice of motion, and I certainly will be supportive of it. The only encouragement I would put forward is that with item 1.7 that we really do continue to review and continue to engage with the community on the planning and the future progress and timelines. I think that's where our focus has to be with that community engagement, to make sure that we bring them all along the journey, because we have had quite a number of community members contact us over the last month in regards to this matter, and it is great that Councillor Jim has put it forward. That's the encouragement that I would certainly offer us as a council, is to make sure that we bring the community on the journey and continue to get their feedback.
Yep, well said. Thanks, Councillor Contell. Any other comments on this one? Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I don't actually live in the Bellarine, but I used to live in the Bellarine, and back in 2014 it was first mooted that this would be a possibility, and I can't see for the life of me why this would be built in the first place, let alone get to the stage where we're at now, and why Corriel Road is not bitumenised. I just can't believe it for the life of me. So the sooner either state government or council or whoever it is decides to seal Corriel Road, the better off the people of Curlewis will be. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and whilst I will be supporting Councillor Mason on this notice of motion, I think we probably will start to expect a few more of these across the next few months. I think this is probably the way that we might be heading with a few of these lately around traffic and roads. I just probably preface that we will be expecting quite a few of these. There are roads like this across the whole municipality that we need to take some notice of.
Yep, that's a fair point too. Councillor Aitken.
I too want to support the notice of motion that's before us, and thank Councillor Mason and Councillor Sullivan for both co-sponsoring this before us tonight. This is actually consistent what this council's actually done. Councillor Nelson's actually led the process in the past where if there are residents' concerns, he brings forwards notice of motions so that we do investigate properly. And it is very close to Kylie and my heart in terms of, as the Northern Suburb councillors, we actually did instigate a major Lara traffic management plan to actually look at traffic management, and it was only this week that we introduced truck route bans in some of our streets, and that came from significant community consultation, significant community lobbying, and I actually think this notice of motion shows that this council actually is a listening council and understands its responsibilities to hear the community and then try and put forward solutions that actually deliver outcomes and actions for our community. So I commend the local Bellarine ward councillors for this proposition that's been brought before us tonight.
Thanks, Councillor Aitken. Any others? I'll do a bit of a hear on that one too, and I thank you, Councillor Mason, for speaking on behalf of many people, most notably the people who live near or around Tivoli Road, but also for everybody who wants to make a difference and make something happen. So thank you on behalf of our community and also obviously the ward councillors for getting this through to this stage and making a difference. Thank you, appreciate it, and I'll certainly be supporting it. Okay, would you like to close, Councillor Mason?
Thank you, Mayor Asher. I thank all my councillor colleagues for their support and their words. I've got nothing further to add.
Great, thank you. I'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you once again. And thank you to the people from Tivoli Drive for coming in tonight. Okay, so we're going back to Section B, reports. Councillor Aitken.
I'd like to move an alternative motion for this item, but I do point out that Councillor Contel has... is he out?
No, this is Barwon Heads Transport and Parking.
Yep.
Item 1. Yep. Barwon Heads Transport and Parking Study.
I apologise, yeah.
We'll have moved by Councillor Mason and once again seconded by Deputy Mayor Sullivan. Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. We need not only to note this study, but to endorse the report and the implementation plan. There's been a lot of careful community consultation on this and much feedback has been taken on board. I think the study's been very productive and will gain strong community support, while some few issues, such as parking and timeframe implementation intervals, will remain contentious for some. I thank the community, individuals and the Barwon Heads Association for all of the feedback. And there's a lot of interesting data in this report. The study began in December 2019 and of course COVID intervened. Key transport issues needed to be identified while preferred options to concurrently promote safe and sustainable movement of pedestrians, cyclists, vehicles needed careful investigation. Stage 1 engagement commenced in May 2020 and almost 400 submissions received via the city's website and a detailed submission again from the Barwon Heads Association. Mayor, the key elements of the study and results were that the traffic speed and volume surveys were conducted at approximately 50 locations over the 1920 summer period. Crash incidents were assessed. On-street and off-street parking surveys were done on over 700 parking spaces. And 3 community engagement stages, 100 days of engagement and 3,500 website visits. Stage 2 in December 2020 sought further community feedback. 169 responses on treatments in 19 different locations, ranging from Sheepwash Road, Hitchcock Avenue to safe school routes and active transport in Barwon Heads. And then Stage 3, completed in March this year, when feedback from the staff from the draft study report was sought. Here, over 700 people viewed it and there were over 33 submissions, including another one from the Barwon Heads Association, who are represented here tonight. In all, 24 actions, short, medium and long term, have been recommended. Short-term solutions have been included in the 21-22 budget. Other interesting results which inform decision making are that in 5 years there were 15 recorded crashes and 4 serious or fatal or with fatal consequences. Another 3 involved pedestrians and another 5 with cyclists. Maximum peak parking demand was at 83% on Australia Day, on the Australia Day weekend, and an average demand of 67%. There was high community support for the treatment proposals, such as refuge islands at Sheepwash Road, intersection improvements at Hitchcock Avenue, Ozone Road, chicane treatments at Seaview Avenue, footpath improvements, cycling improvements including safe path to school and road stencilling, and in addition, bike parking. And then the parking solutions include timed 2-hour parking, unrestricted mixture in Hitchcock Avenue, Bridge Road, Clifford Road and others. And affected residents, I should add, will be consulted and will be protected. And then there's the medium and longer term solutions which can include construction of more shared paths, more chicane treatments, drainage upgrades and wide road road widening to accommodate cycle lanes. Mayor Asher, I commend the work of the officers and the support. I support the recommendations and thank the community for their ongoing input.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Deputy Mayor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and I endorse all the words spoken by Councillor Mason, who's described what we have before us quite aptly. I'd like to instead talk about where we're going to from here. This report has some fantastic plan in it, short, medium, long-term actions to be had. But we have to make sure that we do follow these actions. You know, I would hate this to become another council document that we put so much research into that we create and then it sits on a shelf because we haven't pursued it. We've created this fantastic plan and then we turn around and we haven't got the funding to match it, that we're not holding ourselves accountable to what we have created before us right here. These issues we have here are not new in Barwon Heads. You know, these things have been the community have been fighting against for such a long time. And it would be an absolute travesty to have a document great like this and turn around in 10 years, revisit the same problems, and they're still there. So whilst it's great that we have this plan ahead of us, we have to stick to it. We have to fund it. We have to remain accountable because that's our job. And if we don't do it, we won't be fulfilling our very purpose. So it's a fantastic document. I'd love to see some of the actions in this come to life and actually be seen through to fruition. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Sullivan. Any other comments on this one? No, I will echo the sentiments of my colleagues, but I will also understand that it's not a perfect solution, and I know that it's not necessarily meeting every request of the Barwon Heads Association and the representatives here tonight, but we will stay on this one, and we, you know, as you know, particularly Sandy here, we do work fairly hard to try and make sure that you are heard and that your concerns are addressed, and we recognise certainly that into the future, as Armstrong Creek population increases, the impact that has on traffic and parking in Barwon Heads. So it's something that we are absolutely aware of, and we will support this one for now. Thank you very much. Any other comments on this one? Over to Councillor Mason to close.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and thank my Bellarine colleagues for their supporting words. And I do endorse what Councillor Sullivan said. We don't want our plans sitting on shelves gathering dust, and we will remain vigilant and we will ensure that adequate funding comes along at the right times. And we will continue to be listening to our community liaisons and representatives. Actions do speak louder than words, and we'll do our best.
Great.
Thank you, Mayor Asher.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 2 is the declaration of special rate for Central Geelong marketing. Councillor Aitken.
I'd like to move an alternative motion, Mayor Asher.
Okay, do you have a seconder for your amendment? It's an amendment, I believe. Councillor Grisbeck. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Okay, have we got the amendment up on the screen?
Thank you, Mayor Asher. The alternative, I won't read it out in detail, But if it is successfully adopted tonight, I propose the following, that Council resolves not to declare the central marketing special rate and endorses an allocation of $700,000 in our 21-22 budget to undertake central marketing activities up to that value for a transition period of 12 months from the 1st of July 2021 to the 30th of June 2022. And in doing, by rejecting the declaration of the rate, we actually are asking our CEO to investigate a review of our programs and activities that have historically been delivered by the Central Geelong marketing rate. And the motion says that we're looking at a report to come back by March 2022 to the Council, which will look at outsourcing opportunities, alternative funding options, including buy-in, membership marketing and event program model, activities to attract visitations into Central Geelong, including length of stay and spend, and also this represents the views of the Central Geelong Business Reference Group and businesses that have been affected by the special levy. And another important aspect of what we're asking the CEO to have a look at in terms of his review is developing ongoing programs to support an increase in residential population and a reduction of vacancy rates of shop fronts within the CBD of Geelong. That essentially is the alternative motion that's been presented tonight. The major reason for why this is being put forward is that we did have public submissions on this particular rate proposal to extend it for another 5 years. Of those, we did receive about 160 plus submissions which were in opposition to the special rate. And our CBD task force that we established towards the end of last year actually made it quite clear in their report asking us to reject the special rate. So what is being proposed here this evening with this alternative is to actually reject the rate, to enable us to extract ourselves out of marketing and promotional campaigns that we have contractual relationships for the next 12 months, but importantly, make a significant commitment to review our relationship with the CBD and shift this away from being primarily a marketing and event program to actually look at some significant changes that we anticipate and expect in the CBD. We do want to grow our residential population in the CBD. We do want to reduce the number of shopfront vacancies that exist in the CBD. We do want to attract greater visitation in terms of length of stay and spend in the CBD. And I think by requesting this action and report, we will take the good work that actually has been undertaken over the last 20 years to create an even better program and activity and the commitment levels to the CBD. And importantly, we're actually we're responding to, in particular, the 70% of businesses that are non-hospitality and retail that are actually saying to us, why am I paying a compulsory levy that I'm actually getting minimal benefit for? And those 70% of businesses clearly did come through during our public submission process, where they did tell us that I'm a dentist, I'm paying this levy, I actually don't get any benefit from the current program that Council has in place. I am a lawyer and I have my operations in the CBD of Geelong, and I'm paying for a special rate that doesn't give me any benefit. I am a service business that's not in the hospitality sector or the retail sector, and I am paying for something that I'm not getting benefit for. I think the alternative proposition responds to those clear messages that we received from the CBD task force and the public submissions process, but importantly, it actually gives us a clear strategic positioning of what Council is attempting to do in the CBD, and I'm pleased to say that it is in sync with what was recently announced just this week by the state government in terms of planning reviews in the CBD of Geelong. We are saying we want to bring residential development and residents greater number of residents into the CBD of Geelong. We need a dedicated and specific program to be able to do this. This review of this particular program and this commitment that we're considering moving forward gives us an opportunity to have a clever, creative and an innovative response to the challenges that we face in the CBD of Geelong, Mayor Asher.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Grisbeck.
I might reserve my right at this point. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Anyone else want to talk to this one? Deputy Mayor Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Aitken, for the alternative he's put forward. Lately, more and more, I find myself struggling with special rate and charge schemes in general. Naturally, they relieve the pressures of the council's finances by taking in contributions from the community. However, the community already pay their rates, and it's difficult to see how we need to charge much more on these people, on our community members, our brothers and sisters, our families, our neighbours, during times of such intense fiscal pressures. The Central Geelong do great work. They put out a fantastic program. However, I'll say the same thing that when I voted in favour of the Central Geelong Business Task Force, is that the ratepayers' dollars is finite, it is precious, and if we need a review to make sure that we're doing the exact right thing by it, then that's what we need. We can never get lazy, we can never get complacent and just expect additional revenue by simply putting out more and more bills to the community. I'm not sure I entirely agree with scrapping it all, but I am enticed by coming up with a new clever and creative, innovative solution as to how can we do this better. I've made up my mind on this amendment, but it's an interesting proposition. I thank Councillor Aitken for bringing it to the table.
Great, thank you, Deputy Mayor Sullivan. Any other comments? Oh, Councillor Murray.
Thank you, and I want to start by taking the opportunity to thank all the staff that have been committed and hard-working staff that have been involved in this program over the years. I believe they may be listening online. It's no secret my thoughts on this special rate. I believe it should stay in full. As our officers suggest, we should support it. At a time when there's been so much focus on business, big and small, the time is not right for a change. There's been so much good work done over the years, and all the facts, numbers and stats support this. So I'm really unsure about how it has got to this point, how councillors would tonight vote to seriously reduce everything this rate has supported over 20 years. If it wasn't value for money, yeah, I could understand, but this isn't the case. In fact, the majority believe this is a good scheme, but let someone else pay for it. What happened to we are all in this together? What will happen to the 2 EDMs sent bi-weekly to 800 businesses, the networking events for all businesses, the training and professional development, the business training sessions, the At Your Service page, which since January has had 56,000 views, and the dentists, the lawyers and the service businesses are beneficial of those. What about the sponsorship of the waterfront makers and growers market that bring people into the CBD of a Sunday? Events at the gallery such as Rome, which this special rate supported, and then you leave the gallery and you go into the CBD and spend your money. What about this Sunday's Sweethearts, Sweet Fest 221 in Little Mallup Street, the sponsorship of that? The new business kits to the new businesses that continually are opening in the CBD. And of course the advertising marketing delivered by the special rate. And that's on top, of course, of the successful programs, the Taste of Central Geelong, May Magic, Storyfest and the Christmas program and many more. Others tonight will highlight the number of objectors to the special rate. Councillor Aitken said it was 160. Well, there's actually 46 individual submissions, so I don't know where he got that number from. So they talk about the objectors as opposed to the support of it. But as the Mayor pointed out in the Ocean Grove Footpath Survey, it is normally those who object who take part in the surveys and not those who support it. This is all about the big picture. That's how I see it, not individual businesses. We've heard about it, we're all in this together, and about the flow-in effect in the CBD. It's not the perfect scheme, but as I've said, it's a bloody good one, and it's one we've had for 20 years. and there's a special, where did it go? An independent report into the marketing. The conclusion of this report was a central Geelong marketing program is very effective, represents the gold standard for the Main Street Centre management, marketing and business development programs in the terms of best practice in Australia. It is one of the most productive special rate programs and is frequently being referred to and commented on by other organisations across Victoria and Australia. Why do you think he said that?
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Other comments? Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This has been a discussion we've been having for some time about how do we continue to make sure that our CBD is vibrant, is progressive, and is, doing what it's intended to do, which is to bring people into the heart of the city and for people to have activation in there and for the growth of that area. The independent report, as Councillor Murray has alluded to, basically says it's a gold standard process that we currently have. And when I think people were saying they don't want the special rate rather, they love the program. They support the program and the activities, but no one wants to pay for it. That seems to be the underlying sense coming out of the traders group. They are satisfied with what the marketing group do, but they just don't believe they should be paying for it. And actually, at the end of the day, they're saying, some say, not all, some say they don't get any value out of it. Well, quite simply, for every dollar spent, there's a $15.90 return on that $1 invested. So there is a benefit going back. Okay, it may not have gone into their till directly, but in the actual area and the activity and what occurs in there, there is a direct monetary return. And I guess, we have been a council that's been quite progressive and aggressive in looking to get more people into the CBD. We're increasing the capacity for residential properties there, more people, and then everyone starts to benefit. Once we have reasons for people to go into the CBD, there has to be activity in there and give people, it's build it and they will come scenario. In relation to, just digressing, in relation to the cost, the $700,000 that's currently proposed, we had some really robust and quite strong discussions through our budget process recently, and we even extended our extension for our deficit to $8 million. In my time on council, we've never done that, but these are different times. We've had COVID and other pressures on council, so I accept that, but I don't accept now going outside what was already a commitment to an $8 million deficit to put another $700,000 on top of that deficit. I just don't. It's not sustainable to continue to say it's okay, we'll just throw this one in just in the sidelines. It's not how an economy works. It's not how a budget works. We made a really conscious decision after much discussion that the $8 million was going to be our ceiling. It was our risk appetite limit. And here we are. We haven't set the budget or finished the budget process yet as such, and we're already putting potentially another $700,000 on top. So the budget's maxed out, and we're looking to increase it substantially. I'll say it here, if we were to be flexible with our car parking income, perhaps that could be an avenue to look for this particular problem that we have. And I'll just conclude by saying, if this gets up, if I was at a Corio Village, I was running the Bellarine Village, I was running the Paco Street Traders, etc., I'd be straight into council on Monday morning asking where's our $700,000 to promote our strip. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. Any others? Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. And look, I thank Councillor Aitken and Councillor Grisbeck for putting this amendment forward. It's a bit like Councillor Sullivan. I've sort of struggled with this one a little bit. I was at the submissions hearing panel. I've definitely heard some compelling stories from different businesses who, for various reasons, probably don't derive as much benefit as direct benefit as others, or at least that's the perception. But again, this isn't a fee for service. Rates are not a fee for service, and so some people in any rate will get some more benefit than others. The other aspect I'm really struggling with is funding this. I think there seems to be broad agreement that this is a really worthwhile program and it should continue. The question really comes down to how we fund it, and the issue I have with this amendment is that I don't know that I feel comfortable with the proposed funding solution that's been put here, which is essentially to extend our deficit, as Councillor Harwood has nicely outlined. We've had some very robust discussions in our budget. Likewise, we've got $2 million plus per year for over 4 years earmarked for a free parking initiative in the CBD. Perhaps we could have some further discussions about whether that revenue could alternatively be used to fund something like this, but it's late in the piece. We've put our draft budget out there, and I'm just very uncomfortable with extending our deficit, and that won't support the program in its entirety. It'll keep some of the key parts of the program going, but there will be significant impacts to the program and staffing as a result of this proposed model, and I think it's too good a program to lose. I'd like to see it continue. At this stage, the best proposal before us is really, I think, to continue with the special rate and charge, also for the equity reasons that Councillor Harwood has outlined. I think the rest of the businesses across the municipality would be, I think, very interested if Council were to suddenly foot the bill for this program and want to be part of it. So, look, I found this one a challenging one, but I don't think at this stage I can support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Any other comments? Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. I too have had difficulty in making a decision about this proposal or this amendment. In fact, both positions have merit, and I really do see the opportunity at this time to broaden our horizons. It has been mentioned, I think Councillor Harwood mentioned, and others, the increase in population in the city. And in fact, we need to give consideration not only to businesses, but to service providers and to residents. So there is an opportunity to broaden our horizons. I note also that Central Geelong Marketing itself, in the notes, are prepared to look at innovative directions. I find at this point in time, this difficult time that we're in, post-COVID, etc., that it would be very disruptive. We have a stated gold-plated program, one that is very effective, and one where some people are unhappy about funding it. I think everybody agrees it's a good program, and I think at this point in time it would be a pity to disrupt it and weaken it by reducing its working capital. And so in some ways, though I recognise the merit of broadening our horizons at this stage and looking at it from a different angle, I'm happy to stick with the current program.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm a bit like Councillor Mason in the fact that it can go. There's merit in both, for and against this proposal, but it does say on dot points 4 and 5 to continue the Central Geelong marketing activities, and dot point 5 says request the CEO undertake a review. So in 10 months' time we might be back saying that it's probably worth its merit to have it back in. So I don't think taking cheap shots on certain budget items is warranted. I mean, there's all things in the budget that not all of us agree on, yet we've all supported it. So I think that's probably not the right thing to do, and I think we need to support this.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Nelson. Other comments? Nope. I'm going to be the black sheep here in the sense that I support the amendment. I believe it's time to reframe how we market the CBD of Geelong and review how we promote the city. And I think it's time for a more holistic approach to our regional positioning as well and how we put our best foot forward. I don't actually believe the Central Geelong Marketing Committee model and special rate is making the difference that we need into the future. I think it's great work that's been done, but I think it's time for a new approach, and I'm confident that the good work that the officers have done and will continue to do will continue in a new, clever and creative format. So I support the amendment. Any others? Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I continue to hear the submissions, and obviously some people are still contacting us in relation to their views on this. But myself and 5 other councillors heard the 5 submissions at the review panel. And from the submissions and from what we heard, there is clear support for the activities of the Central Geelong Marketing, the activities that they deliver, the team that deliver. There is no doubt that they work hard, and what they've delivered is fantastic. But nearly all the people that I've either spoken to and that I've heard from say that the funding model isn't right, it's not fair, and that there's no consistency across what types of businesses and how it's delivered. In terms of the numbers there, Councillor Murray, 46 submissions. In the report, the officers are telling us that it represented 110 properties. So I think that's where the number comes from. These services could be provided by the city, and that's what we're asking the CEO to do with the review. And I think the funding in terms of the $700,000, in my view, is so that we do not have to lay off the current staff that are contracted to us for this review. We are being quite fair in the sense of making sure that we're not just cutting everything off at the knees. I think this amendment is an amendment that makes sure that we are doing things the right way, and that I think that there are other things that the city does to support the outlying suburbs like Corio, like Belmont, like Lara. There are many programs that the city offer, and in fact a lot of the work that the Central Geelong marketing team does can and will be absorbed by the city, and there are some real similarities with work that's already done. So I feel that the review is there to make sure we're not duplicating services, and we can actually make a consistent approach across the whole municipality. So whilst I agree that the CBD needs some serious looking at, but I think it's the duty of the officers now, if this is passed, to look at those consistencies and look at the opportunity to combine the services that we already provide for other suburbs around Geelong. And I think it's a fair and equitable thing to review things going down the track. And the $700,000 is really to make sure that we're not losing those staff or the work that's already been contracted to. So I think it's a fair and equitable way to go forward.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Aitken to close.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. For those watching at home and those in the hall, it's actually been a really good debate, and I congratulate all councillors for doing that, because you've displayed the diversity of the council group with what's actually been presented before us. What I want to say is nearly every councillor said that they want some change, and they want some innovation, and they want some new ideas, and they want some focus to actually change the CBD. And the alternative, if my motion doesn't get up, is we actually lock ourselves in for another 5 years with the existing system that we've actually got. And that's the risk of what we're actually doing tonight. We can choose to take the opportunity now and actually seize that opportunity and undertake a significant review and investment into the CBD and look at those strategic areas that we would like some focus on. Or what we can do is lock ourselves in for another 5 years under the existing funding model and the existing system that is now in place. I didn't hear that's what the councillors wanted to do. I actually heard councillors saying, we've been doing this for 20 years. There are components of it that actually are very well received, but the general consensus from the majority of councillors is we want to do something different. We do want to focus on our commitment of being a clever and creative and high-performing council group. And the best way we can do that is to actually seize the opportunity now to actually change this system that is in place, look for an opportunity to review it, and actually come back with a significant report and review from the CEO in March 2022. What we will be doing, though, is by showing our financial commitment to the CBD of Geelong and the importance that we put on that as the council group by making an allocation of $700,000 to actually underwrite the continuing of some of those activities and events that we have mentioned that have been successful. And I think that's actually an excellent compromise. I certainly am not prepared to wait another 5 years before we actually look at what we're doing in the CBD of Geelong, and I encourage other councillors to make a decision now and not wait 5 years' time. Mayor Asher.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. So we'll put the amendment to the vote.
Sorry, before you do, Madam Mayor, I could just ask a question of the CEO,
Sure.
If that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Grisbeck has said that the $700,000 will support the retention of the staff. Through you, Mr CEO, you got any comment to make about that?
My view, I think, is the $700,000 includes the staff cost for a period of time up through to the end of the review. Is that your understanding, Gareth?
Yes, Martin, there's certainly inclusion of staff costs, but the further detail of that I don't think is appropriate to talk about.
No, agree. Thank you.
Well, that answers the question.
Thank you. Okay, so we will put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment? Those against? It's 5-5, split vote. So I will have the casting vote and the motion is carried, the amendment. So on to item 3 is the Municipal Road Management Plan Review, to be moved by Councillor Aitken. Oh, good point. Seconded Councillor Maloney. Okay, Councillor Cantell can walk and listen at the same time. Item 3 is the Municipal Road Management Plan Review, to be moved by Councillor Aitken, seconded Councillor Maloney. Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Microphone.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. We move on to Municipal Road Management Plan. This is an update of our existing plan that we have in the City of Greater Geelong. The council is actually responsible for $2.1 billion worth of infrastructure assets, which includes 2,310 kilometres of roads. This particular plan actually identifies our maintenance program that we undertake and puts a strategic framework for the development of that. And there are some significant changes that are being proposed in the plan that's actually being presented before council tonight, and some positive ones for the community. An example is under our previous municipal plan, if there was a pothole in a footpath and it was less than 5 centimetres, it was classified as a suitable pothole for you in your footpath. The proposal tonight is actually to reduce that to 3 centimetres. So what we're doing is we're actually increasing our maintenance regime that are associated with our footpaths. And I should say, why are we doing that? Well, it has been driven by insurance, and it actually has been driven by the risk associated with our footpaths. Now, people may say it sounds like it's significant. It's not very significant doing that. I can assure you it is. It is going to increase the amount of maintenance and renewal that's going to be undertaken in our footpaths. Another example is that our curb and channel assets that we have throughout the city, we are committing to do it on a more regular basis. So we are looking at 4, 6, 12 and 24 months in terms of our cycle about how we're going around and looking at our curb and channel assets within the city of Greater Geelong. And a further proposal that we are changing, we have been breaching our existing road management plan during our Christmas and New Year period. We have said that we will try and fix significant infrastructure problems within 20 days. The reality is during the Christmas and New Year period we have not been able to fulfil that because of the operational requirements. So we are setting a more realistic challenge to the team by giving them 30 days at which to fix those. And I believe that that will take some of the pressure off the team, but it will also encourage the team to actually meet that 30-day deadline instead of just being compelled to say it's the Christmas New Year period, it's going to take 60 days to fix something. Well, the council tonight's actually saying, well, we want to make your job slightly easier, that you've got 30 days to fix it, and we hope that you, not hope, but we actually encourage you to actually fulfil it during that time. So something that councillors in the community say isn't interesting, the name actually doesn't really draw a lot of attention to it by calling it a municipal road management plan, but it does cover our roads, our drains, our curbs and channels and our footpaths, and this is our commitment to the community in terms of our KPIs to ensure that we are keeping those assets at a level that the community expects, and also ourselves as councillors to have benchmarks and accountability for our City Works team. And I'm sure Councillor Maloney will endorse my comments. It has been fantastic since Councillor Maloney was elected in November last year. The two of us sit on the City Works and City Services portfolio, and we are regularly shown the significant amount of work that that team does, whether it's sunny, whether it's hot, whether it's cold, whether it's snowing, whether it's raining, whether it's windy, whether it's dusty. That team actually is trying to fulfil these strategic KPIs that we have in place, and they're doing a very good job.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and thank you, Councillor Aitken, for that comprehensive overview of the municipal management plan. I too am excited by this, although much to the dismay of my friends who like to get an earful about what we're up to with respect to potholes, which I'm sure is incredibly engaging. So with respect to this management plan, I think this is one of the greatest things to seek, I guess, reverberation of our sustainability plan for the future of Geelong, and our asset renewal spending really invigorates that. So the more that we spend on our infrastructure so that people can get from A to B safely, it encourages people to be more active in their lives, and I think that's something that all of us councillors are encouraging in the next clever and creative future that we envisage for Geelong. So looking forward to seeing our footpaths and roads being repaired and making comment of them on our socials so that we can all enjoy a safe place to walk, drive and live. Thank you very much, Mayor Asher.
Great. Well said. Thanks, Councillor Maloney. Any other comments on this one? No, I think you've said it all, Councillor Aitken, and very well indeed. Do you like to close?
Nothing further to add, Mayor Asher. Thank you.
Great. Okay. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 4 is the dog orders on Highton Water Pipe Pathway, to be moved by Councillor Nelson and seconded by Councillor Harwood. Thank you, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You probably wouldn't think this is very controversial, but the people of Highton certainly think it was. I moved a notice of motion late last year with regard to the area of behind Timaru Reserve, the Highton Pipe Track, which is run by Bowen Water. A lot of people along there use it as an off-leash area, and if we were going to take it over, it would be an on-leash area. But thankfully, Bowen Water couldn't get it up to standard or council standard, so this remains on the hands of Bowen Water and therefore remains an off-leash dog area. So that's about it.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Harwood.
Thank you. Just in relation to the parcel of land, it is a widely used piece of land up there, and actually at the end of the day, whether you're on Barnwater land or council land or private land, wherever you might be, it's a common sense approach to having control of your animals. So I hope that that is the case up in that parcel of land, and complaints don't come as readily as they do on council land, as it appears. So, but we certainly support people out walking their dogs, and this is a good spot to do it. Thank you.
Good point. Thank you, Councillor Harwood. Any other comments on this one? No? Councillor Nelson?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Councillor Harwood's right. The dogs need to be under control of their owners. I certainly wouldn't walk my dog without a leash because she's got a mind of her own and would just wander off and be with another family and be very happy. That's just her nature. So this keeps it in hands of as I said, of Barn Water, and we just make sure, we hope that everyone does the right thing down there and keeps their dogs under control, although we are getting a new off-leash area under the James Harrison Bridge, which will be opened, was supposed to be open this month, but it will be open early, hopefully next month, down at off Barrowell Road for all those people playing at home. It'll be great. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Nelson. And well done, by the way, with this one. Okay, so we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 5, which I think will please the people in the audience because we've finally got here. Tender, I'll excuse Councillor Grisbeck first. Thank you. It's a long walk down the floorboards. This is item 5, the tender T210013, Building Better Bike Connections Project, Southern Corridor, Stage 1.
Mayor Asher, I have an amendment I'd like to move.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Sullivan. I've got a seconder for your amendment. Councillor Mansfield, thank you. Okay. Deputy Mayor,
I'd just like to read out the amendment in full, if I may. It is that Council award contract C210013, Building Better Bike Connections Project, Southern Corridor, Stage 1. Award it to Enoch Civil Pty Ltd, and we authorise the Chief Executive to execute the contract C210013. But the additions are to authorise the CEO, under officer delegation, to issue a contract variation to construct a shared pedestrian bicycle path utilising the existing footpath on the west side between Fine Street and Park Crescent, and 10.4, review the performance of the shared path between Fine Street and Park Crescent after the first 12 months and advise councillors of any recommendations for improvements. Now, this item was originally voted on by Council in 2019, and we all recognise the direction that Council set at that meeting. I personally voted against at the time. However, this is the path of Council, and we must recognise our past decisions and stand by them. Let sleeping dogs lie. I would like to say that I certainly appreciate the TAC for committing such a large fiscal amount and by being patient with us while we finalise this project that is aligned to our Council strategy. Now, this project has been the basis of extensive internal discussion. We have had many meetings, many emails, many options explored about design, safety and efficiency. Many concerns have been raised amongst the council group, and again, the stretch between Fine Street and Park Crescent arises as a point of contention and safety amongst councillors. I believe that point 10.3 gives us the ability to create the safest route possible. That is, which has been the main concern of the council group, safety. Option 10.4 then gives us the option, well not the option, to make improvements with the recommendations for performance review after 12 months. So officers will review it, how's it going, and then tell us what to do from there with it. Now, I don't want to alarm any cyclists or cycling advocates. We all want cycling corridors. We all want safe cycling corridors, and that is what this is aiming to produce. We want to get this done. It's on for all our council strategies. I believe this is the safest one because I do want to support cycling corridors. I just want to come to the table and we want to make sure we get this through council. I believe this is the best way to do so. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Sullivan. Councillor Mansfield.
I'll reserve my right at this point, thanks.
Okay, sure. Any comments? Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've always supported the concept of having better infrastructure for cyclists on our roads. It makes sense when you look at the, I guess, the growth of the region and the increased traffic of vehicles, cars, buses, trucks, and the increased need to share the roads. And I think if we're able to provide good infrastructure, then other road users, be they cyclists or pedestrians or similar, will use it. So I think in this case, the concept is a sound one. I guess the difficulty I've had, I won't speak for others on this one, I think if I, as a councillor, had known how restrictive it was going to be on one route and no changes, I would have thought, well, let the TAC and the state government roll that one out, because we weren't able to, at times, I don't think, really convey the mood of the community in some aspects, all the community. And I think there was an opportunity to perhaps get a better result overall, and by that I mean to have also considered infrastructure that leads into this particular route, because at this point in time it's a particular route that if it gets up tonight will go up Municipal, Jerringham, etc. But there's nothing to really guide the cyclist to that particular infrastructure. That's going to be left to another time, I guess, but I'll support it. But it's been a very difficult process that I think could have been made a lot easier for us as a council, and we're the ones that will have to stand by what decision is made, and whatever happens, I guess it'll fall to us, but there are many fingers in this pie, so to speak, and we hope that further infrastructure can be rolled out through the region to complement some of the work that's been done thus far, and even if it is just basic sharrows and basic green paint, but again, continue to mark the roads accordingly where cyclists are and where cyclists should be, and as the law says, to give that cyclist 1 metre, and then we'll have a really good particular process of cars, bikes and all other traffic sharing the road, and that's what we need to do, quite simply share the road. And we get that message quite often, but I guess there are some cyclists and some other road users who don't see it that way, and they think the road's theirs and they can use it any way they wish, but that's not the case, as we know. So if we share the road, regardless of what infrastructure we have or don't have, in theory everyone should be safe, so let's see how we go. Thank you.
Great, thanks Councillor Harwood. Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Like Councillor Harwood articulated, I equally support appropriate and proper and improved infrastructure, not just for cyclists, but for all users of roads and paths. And I think an example of that has been the investment that we've put into the shared trails in the current draft budget. And I do thank Councillor Sullivan for putting forward an amendment, albeit a minor amendment, but I think is a step forward for at least some of the community members that have approached us about the shared paths and the cycling paths. This certainly has been a long process, and we've had significant feedback from the community for some years. And I assume that we all are supportive of safe transport networks, and that's what cycling paths are supposed to be. And in fact, whether it be in personal life or in work or other, we should be putting safety before anything we do. I know in the business that I work in, we certainly do, and I know that that's the ethos of council as well. But we've had mixed feelings about the cycling paths that we're proposing tonight, and there's been as many for as against. And those that are against the cycling paths, it shouldn't be taken that everyone assumes that they know why. It's not for some of the reasons that perhaps have been touted over the years, whether it's congestion or giving cyclists precedence over vehicles. But it's in fact for safety concerns that have been put forward, to me at least, and I know to a number of councillors, about the bi-directional cycle paths on Municipal Street. And it's been feedback from not just what we tout as the lycra-wearing cyclists, but it's normal bike riders. We've had feedback from engineers. We've had feedback from bike shop owners that they are concerned for the safety and the hazard that is created by bi-directional cycling lanes. And we've often referred to Copenhagen as being the mantra that we should be striving for to achieve here. Bi-directional cycling lanes are not what Copenhagen have. And what is concerning is that whilst we're trying to achieve a safer network here for cyclists, but potentially what we could be creating here is generational hazards for cyclists. And I ride a bike just like many others, like people here, like other families that I see riding and children. I ride with my girls quite often. And I support improved cycling infrastructure. But what I couldn't live with as a councillor is to adopt a solution that is not best practice in the opinion of many people in the community and many that have contacted me. I couldn't live with myself if someone was hurt in the future using the bi-directional cycling lanes, or worse, paid the ultimate price because of infrastructure that we put in that was not world's best practice. So for that, Madam Mayor, unfortunately, I will have to vote against the proposal that's in front of us, but it's not without trying along the years to come up with a better solution. But as Councillor Harwood has indicated, that has been extremely difficult with the model that's been presented.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Any other comments on this one? Councillor Aitken?
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, this isn't an easy one for me, because I actually worshipped Rod Charles, and for those people who don't know who Rod was, he was a councillor at the City of Geelong West, and Rod was actually a legend in Geelong in terms of, he's probably turned the lights off now on us. He actually was a legend in supporting during the 70s and the 80s Geelong, because we were actually known as Bike City during those days. And what he and others were strong advocates for was to try to create harmony between cars and bike users. And in doing so, we actually had a lot of the bike infrastructure in the 70s that was established. And in those days, most of that bike infrastructure was painted lines, to separate the users. And of course, then it essentially got lost, that we were no longer the bike city. So I get the principle of what we're attempting to do. What's balancing against that, and I still haven't made my personal position up, is this proposed design actually isn't the most direct route. I mean, it actually goes up Municipal Street and then down, is it Kilgore, and then it goes up, Jerringham Street. The logic to try to encourage broader mass participation in cycling should be to have simple design and actually have it so that to try to encourage not just those people that have a passion for bikes, but to actually embrace the broader community. We have to have simple design solutions, and I'm not convinced that the proposed design that we have here actually meets that principle. And I must say, I've actually been quite actively lobbied by members of BikeSafe, but they've actually been lobbying me to not support the proposition. And I respect some of those people that have actually contacted me in that regard, because some of those members have actually been saying to me that the bidirectional engineered solution that we have is not necessarily something that they feel comfortable about in terms of as a bike user and a bike rider. So, I'm still not absolutely convinced about where I'm going to go with this particular one, But I think I've got to just balance up, and clearly I've got to make a decision when it comes time to put my hand up. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. I hear what everyone said, and I actually thank Councillor Sullivan and Mansfield for their amendment, which I thought was going to be a compromise. In fact, I originally support the original proposal, but I'm happy for this compromise because it provides us a way forward. And in the pursuit of safety, we might have no safety at all. We'll have no bike tracks at all. And so I also am aware of the DELP has brought forward its urban revitalisation plan today. It's become public. And the Jerringhap Street component is part of that plan as well. So I would not like to upset our momentum in beginning to develop our safe bike lanes and our bike routes. Just because we have one route doesn't mean to say we're not going to have other routes in the future. We might well have one straight down Municipal Street in the future. And I have to say there's been quite a lot of bike enthusiasts have contacted me and want to see this go ahead. So it's a complex thing, and I think I'm happy to support the amendment because it's a way forward. And in fact, it does give us the opportunity to revert back to the original proposal should there be problems, should problems arise during the next period. So I'm happy to support the amendment, and hopefully we can all move forward with a safer, happier, bike-safe city.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I wholeheartedly support Councillor Mason's views on this. I was supportive of the original motion, but to get things moving, I don't mind supporting this amendment. I'm actually a little bit confused to what some of the discussions that have been around tonight. The biodirectional issue was raised, but ultimately it's whether this bike corridor is going to be the safest possible corridor that we can build, and it will be. We're told it is, and we have to accept the engineers' reports and the people who build these bike tracks that, yes, this will be the safest possible one to build. Now, I stood there this morning, so I was there this morning at 8 o'clock till 8:30. And when people are driving into town, and you could see that they're focused, and there's about 8 bikes came along that next to the footy ground there, and I mean, I don't know how there hasn't been more accidents because they're not divided from the traffic. This will divide them from the traffic, which certainly makes it a lot safer. You know, and if ever I have grandchildren and their children, you want them to, if they're going to ride a bike, you want them to be safe on the roads. This, to me, is what it's all about. So over 2 years ago, we actually voted on this. We seem to be discussing the same items tonight, but it's about awarding the tender tonight. So I'm supportive of this amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Murray. Councillor Nelson.
I'm going to do that. I'm over 50, I'm allowed to do that. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I think Councillor Murray has missed the point with bi-directional bike lanes. It's not about the cars, it's about the bikes themselves.
Thanks, Councillor Nelson. Thanks for your support.
In Denmark, on-street bi-directional facility was removed from best practice over 20 years ago because it was seen as dangerous. It's almost twice as dangerous as single-direction bike lanes. I support a better bike lanes. I do support them. I think the issue here is safety. I beg your pardon? You've had your chance to
Councillor Nelson, just keep talking, please.
Council's number one priority is the safety of its citizens, and bi-directional lanes are not safe for bicyclists. I went down there, as Councillor Murray he did, I went down there on Friday with one of our staff, and there were still concerns about access and egress off Virginia Park, because with bi-directional lanes, they come around the corner of Carr Street, and the sight lines aren't that great, and that's the concern. It's not the concern of cars; it's a concern of the bike lanes going the opposite way on the same side of the road. I want to be the council that builds the best bike lanes in Geelong, and I think these aren't the best bike lanes in Geelong. I think these would be the worst bike lanes in Geelong. Just that Municipal Street section is bad. Jerringham Street's great. The engineers are telling us Municipal Street is not great. It's dangerous. Now, that's 2 engineers have said that to us, yet we're still going ahead with this. So I don't think we should accept money just because it's free. I think it's dangerous, and I think I'd rather spend twice as much money and build the best bike lanes we can and be known as the bike capital of Australia or even the world. But we're building a worse bike lanes, having them bi-directional on the one side of the road. Engineers are telling us that, yet we're ignoring it. So just because this is the cheapest way doesn't mean it's the best, and I just can't support it. I just can't.
Thanks, Councillor Nelson. Other comments on this one? Go for it, Councillor Maloney.
Thanks, Mayor Asher. I think the earlier discussed risk appetite of the council is an interesting one, because we're talking about safety as paramount, as well as within the confines of building bollards and perhaps raising awareness of cyclists and as Councillor Harwood alluded to, the space that we need to allocate around them. I think that it's really crucial that we do build safer bike tracks, and what they look like right now as they've presented to us is really intriguing for me as a new councillor. I think that when these types of things are discussed, every single person becomes an engineer. I'm not an engineer, I'm an IT person, so I think about the systems that could potentially be in the future and what we have the opportunity to build right now. I think what we have in front of us is a contribution of an external body funding an improvement to existing infrastructure that is frankly scary to ride, in my perception, as a quote-unquote uneasy rider. So I think that I agree with the Amendment 10.4 with respect to reviewing the performance of the shared path between Fine Street and Park Crescent. I think that this is crucial to ensure that we can verify the safety after it's been implemented. And I also think that perhaps Councillor Nelson's mentioning of spending twice as much, perhaps we'll get to the end of this project and realise that we do need to invest in more infrastructure. One of the main key things, I think, as I've had a look at the path as well, is the overpass on Municipal Street for the train. It's too small. And I think that perhaps we need to advocate to V-Line to look at what that looks like, because that infrastructure is old. Certainly older than me, but I'm sure it is in desperate need of an upgrade. But I think that when we look at this gifted horse type of thing, of money to help contribute to a safer outcome, I had a builder at my house do a really dodgy job of my back deck, and I said, actually, I'm going to fire him and perhaps decide to do it myself, and thus became a lady tradie, as I like to call myself. And I realise that we're all having these points of contention as to what is the best solution. I would put forward, and I would agree with the amendment, that we should be reviewing anything that we put forward for our constituents, and especially considering their safety, and I support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. I'll follow in with, this has been such a torturous process for this council group. We have had so many briefings, asked so many questions, made so many requests for confirmation about safety standards, sought almost monthly reassurance, I think, that this option is safe. And we have been assured totally that the safety of this solution is without question. It is a really inelegant solution in my view, so I'm not particularly delighted by that. But as I said at the original motion, this reflects the ugly phase that is the transformation of Geelong, when we're not quite mature enough for it to fit in with what we ultimately will have. But I think it's on the right path, pardon the pun, so I will support this one. Over to Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. Look, I too really just want to see this project happen. It's long overdue and we desperately need safer cycling infrastructure in Geelong, and the key word is safer. Nothing is without risk, nothing is perfect, but what we have at the moment is unacceptable in terms of the risk. We have much better. We have an opportunity to make it safer. I think this amendment is reasonable, and I thank Councillor Sullivan for putting it forward, and very happy to support it. This particular amendment actually has the official endorsement of BikeSafe. We have had written endorsement from that group for this particular amendment. It also addresses some of the key concerns of local traders who are in my ward who will be affected. I've been on site, met with them on a number of occasions, and we've also analysed the comparative safety analysis that's been undertaken on this route versus the original one, and there are marginal differences between the two options, and certainly both are acceptable. And critically, as Councillor Maloney has highlighted, we are going to review this, and I'd actually expect that just with any footpath, road, other piece of infrastructure, we continually review the performance of the infrastructure and make adjustments as necessary over time. I haven't actually seen another project. There's no other project in my time on council that's been subject to greater scrutiny regarding the process or the expertise. We've been to countless meetings. We've been given ample opportunity to ask questions about how this design was arrived at, including why bidirectional bike lanes were the most appropriate design for this segment, and we have been assured that given the existing roads and other infrastructure and other safety issues with alternate options, this is the best approach for this particular stretch. If we were designing a city from scratch, it would probably be different, but we're not. We can't develop this utopian bike lane that satisfies absolutely everyone's concerns. We have to build the safest thing that we can, given the constraints that exist. No option will remove all risk, but we've got to compare it to what we currently got, which is incredibly unsafe. And as Councillor Mason highlighted earlier, in the pursuit of increasing safety further, we'll end up with nothing, and the least safe option, which is what we have at the moment. So I'm really comfortable with the responses we've had from everyone that we've interrogated about this, our officers, senior management, our CEO. I'd really like to thank them for their endless patience and for walking us through every step and providing us with all the information we've requested. And I'd like to thank those external groups who've been involved in developing the project, including Vic Roads, Regional Roads Victoria, TAC, several independent engineers, safety experts, and a whole range of bicycle user groups, including Bicycle Users Geelong, Bicycle Network, Barton Van Laar and BikeSafe. And so based on everything we've been through, I'm satisfied I can stand by the advice that we've been provided. Enough talk, can we just get on and build this thing?
Great. Thanks, Councillor Mansfield. Deputy Mayor Sullivan to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Normally this would be a full spiel, but everyone has said anything that could possibly be said on this matter, so happy to turn into the vote.
Great, thank you. Right, we'll put this amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. We will get Councillor Grisbeck to come back in. Can someone please open the door for Councillor Grisbeck? Thank you. Very briefly. Not that question, Robert. We'll talk to you after the meeting. Okay, item 6. Otherwise we could digress and we don't want to. Welcome back, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Aitken, did you have a comment?
I'd like to move the...
okay, we haven't got there yet. Item 6, quarterly... You're jumping ahead of me tonight, Councillor Aitken. Item 6, quarterly financial management report, March 2021, to be moved by Councillor Aitken, seconded by Councillor Contell. Thank you, Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. It's my privilege as Chair of the Finance Portfolio to present the quarterly financial reports to Council for endorsement. The report actually covers the first 9 months of this financial year, which covers the period from the 1st of July 2020 to the 31st of March 2021. It shows that Council is operating in a deficit position of $12 million. Now, that may sound frightening to some councillors, but in fact, the forecast deficit at this particular period with the budget that we adopted was actually a $20.4 million deficit. So at this stage, council's actually got an $8.4 million favourable position in terms of our trading. And it's forecast that by the end of the financial year, over the next 3 months, we actually will have a deficit of $19.7 million, which is roughly about $5 million better than what we originally estimated in our deficit position. And to remind councillors, the budget we adopted actually was for a $24.6 million operating deficit. What's caused the financial benefits to the organisation is that there has been a stronger financial income returns for our leisure centres, and also our waste service costs of well too have actually been lower. And importantly, we've actually got lower utility expenses, which reflects very much the work from home and other initiatives that have been in place associated with the pandemic. I should also mention that in this report we are identifying that we have received $8 million from the Victorian Government under the Working for Victoria Fund, and that has employed over 200 full-time staff, which have just recently finished for the City of Greater Geelong. So I thank the State Government for that particular COVID-related financial investment into local government, and particular into Geelong. We also did receive $500,000 from the Victorian Government to support our outdoor dining initiative associated with COVID supports that we have undertaken. And I also have to acknowledge that the Federal Government was also trying to assist local economic development with $2.1 million from the Federal Government to support road and local infrastructure projects during the first 9 months of the year. So in terms of the quarterly financial management report, it's favourable. We still are operating in a deficit, but it is being reduced as each month of trading occurs. And I congratulate all of the staff in the organisation, not just the finance staff, because they just count the numbers and the beans, but all the staff that are assisting us to try to reduce our deficit for this financial year.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm not going to add too much more because Councillor Aitken has articulated it well, and it is a quarterly report. We might have more to say in the financial year. But as Councillor Aitken indicated, yes, we're in a deficit, but we are well ahead of what was forecast at 20-odd million, trading at 12 million currently. I do mention it regularly, but I don't think there's any concern, and that is in relation to the underspend in capital. I've had a look at the projects, or at least the big licks, and it seems like most of that is timing. However, we do need to be cautious of also underspend, because we do want to deliver the projects, and we do appreciate that in the industry at the moment it is hard to get people and hard to get resources to complete projects, particularly in infrastructure and construction. So we just need to keep an eye on that we are able to continue to deliver the projects that we have forecast for the year. Whilst it's on the back of unfavourable conditions being COVID, I guess it is somewhat of a probably dull silver lining that we were unfavourable in areas of Food Act licence waivers of some 1.4 million. Now, we know that comes on the back of probably a lot of those hospitality businesses doing it quite hard. But I am extremely pleased that parking fines were down by 1.4 million. That wouldn't surprise anyone that I would be pleased with that. And so I'm pleased that the community has benefited from not being fined as much. With that said, I'll leave it to others to speak further.
Great, thank you, Councillor Contell. Any other comments on the budget report? No. Back to Councillor Aitken to close.
Nothing further to add, Mayor Asher, thank you.
Okay, we'll put the quarterly financial management report to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Okay, item 7 is the 21-22 grant guidelines to be moved. Councillor Grisbeck.
Madam Mayor, sorry, I do have an amendment, and I just wonder if the original mover of the motion, which was due to be Councillor Aiken, would accept that as an amendment.
Are you happy to second that amendment or accept it as the moving? Okay, would you?
Yes, I am. Yeah,
you will happily move that. Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Grisbeck. Thank you for the scrutiny, Councillor Aiken. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, this is actually good news for our community. Tonight, we're actually endorsing our guidelines for our 21-22 grant guidelines, and in fact, what we're doing is we're bringing forward a war chest of investment into our local community tonight. What we're proposing is to actually endorse our grant guidelines, and we are going to make some changes associated with our grants program. One of the most significant of those is that we have listened over the last 12 months to our arts community, and they have told us that under our existing guidelines, which essentially says that you must be an incorporated body or a community-based organisation, that structure doesn't reflect who our arts community is. Our arts community are sole traders and businesses, and what we are proposing tonight with the change in our grant guidelines is to actually make them eligible to be able to apply for our arts program grants. So I thank Councillor Sullivan for assisting with the introduction of that particular change and representing the art community. Another important aspect of our change that we're proposing tonight, we actually have planning grants that we make available to the community. And one of the previous guidelines was that if the grant was over a value of more than $3.5 million for the proposed planning, it wasn't eligible for the planning grant. That was never our intention as a council group or as a council. In fact, we want to have better planned projects, and if the planning says that it comes in at $4.7 million, well, we need to know that so that the community can actually look for the appropriate funding sources to be able to deliver their project, and we can have confidence that we are getting very good applications presented before us under a planning proposal. And the final one I wish to draw council's attention to, we did make a significant decision last year to split our heritage grants into CBD, Central Geelong, heritage cultural grants, and for the first time ever, First Nation cultural heritage grants. We have been working with our First Nation representatives over the last 9 months to establish a grant program. Those discussions have been respectful, but however they have been lengthy, and as a consequence we're actually proposing to carry over our funding allocation of $100,000 this year into 21-22, so that we actually have $200,000 available for that particular grant stream. That is a significant action by this council to show we do mean action, and it's appropriate that this is actually Reconciliation Week, which is about action, not words. And I'm pleased tonight, if we endorse this recommendation, we will be making a strong commitment to our First Nations people with the establishment of the First Nations Cultural Heritage Grants, and it will be the first time it's available, and it is about preserving, protecting and renewing our Aboriginal cultural heritage in Geelong, which is the first time that this council has actually ever done that, and I look forward to the applications that come under that particular process. And I want to thank Councillor Grisbeck for making an alteration to the proposed grants program. Look, the officers did do a fantastic job to review our grants program, but I think they are happy to accept the recommendation. I know I am, what Councillor Grisbeck's putting forward, because essentially we did do a review of our strategic policies in relation to the Central Business District and our commitment towards our heritage restoration in the CBD. what we are saying tonight with our grant changes is that we are now going to open up heritage grants to the whole of the city of Greater Geelong and not just to the CBD. And we're not going to show a ranking favouritism towards the CBD. We actually are going to rank those projects on merit across the whole of the city of Greater Geelong. And I'm sure Councillor Gresbeck will be able to talk more in detail about her local community, which will benefit from that decision for the first time if we adopt it tonight. So we are bringing forward our 2021 grants program to commence from June. I encourage the community to have a look at our respective website at the City of Greater Geelong to see precisely when those grant programs become available. It's around about $4.1 million, and as I said, it is a war chest of investment into our local community for the 21-22 financial year, and shows that we are significantly giving back funds to our community based on the level and the variety of grant programs that are available.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'll probably just speak to the amendment. Well, I'm supportive of the other 7.1 and 7.3, 7.4 and 7.5, but I'll just speak to the amendment as to why I felt that this criteria needed to be removed. And Councillor Mansfield and I felt quite strongly about this once we've received the report, is that if you're opening up the heritage grants to the whole municipality, that having a criteria or a sentence that says that you'll prioritise applications within the central Geelong boundary would discourage anyone else in the municipality to apply, because they'll be thinking that they'll be unfairly judged, that the CBD will be given priority. So I felt that it's important to remove this sentence. They will still be based on all the criteria that goes with the Central Heritage grants. They will be based very clearly and assessed fairly, and they will be given a ranking in relation to that criteria. The fact is that at the end of those criteria, if there are two exactly the same, then the Central Geelong one will not be prioritised over the other one. So we'll need to find another criteria to separate them. I just felt that that's a fairness. If we're opening it up to the broader community, let's take out the unfairness of prioritising the Central Geelong. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Any other comments, Councillor Mansfield?
Thank you, Mayor Asher. And look, yes, just further to Councillor Grisbeck's comments, I also support the amendment. Not only does I think this make it fairer for other wards, but even within my own ward, the Brownbill ward, there are a number of groups that I'm sure will be interested in this that fall outside that CBD area that I think will be able to now apply for these grants, and it's more of a level playing field. Really, as with all our grants, I think they should be assessed on their merits, and I think we've got other mechanisms to support Central Geelong heritage. They're certainly not missing out. They can still apply. But I think this makes for a fairer grant for the heritage grants. More broadly, I'd just like to express my support for the overall grants program. I think this has been something that we've implemented a few years ago. It's evolved over time. Each year we make some changes to try and improve it based on the community feedback. I think this is a really important way of ensuring that our funding allocation is transparent and is kept at arm's length from the council group in a sense, so that projects really are funded on their merits and not because it's someone's pet project. I think that's a really good thing. It comes with its own challenges though. Some different community groups have different capacity to apply for grants. We are. I know our officers are doing more and more each time to try and support community groups through that process, but we still have some way to go in terms of making sure that a lot of groups who maybe don't have great capacity to apply for grants can get access to the funding that they need. The other thing that I'd point out, and this worked really well last year, is that we do have within our community infrastructure grants funding for planning. So there's a lot of weight put on a well planned project in these new guidelines. We've increased the weighting for that planning aspect. So if your project isn't well planned, maybe have if you don't think you're up to scratch there, look at applying for the planning funding to get some high quality plans done, and that should increase your chances of being able to get that funding for the capital infrastructure down the track. I think that's a really great opportunity for clubs who, again, maybe don't have the capacity to put in, to develop the type of plans that maybe are required for those bigger infrastructure projects. I think, look, I'll leave it at that, but I think I'd encourage everyone in the community who's in need of some funding or who's been told that they might be eligible for a grant to have a look at this, and definitely seek assistance from officers if you need it.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Any other comments on this one? Back to you, Councillor Aitken. Oh, sorry, Jim. Councillor Mason.
I'll just very, very quickly endorse everything that's been said. I'm really happy that we have a greater flexibility in the arts projects and that sole traders can be regarded as eligible. I'm extremely pleased about the First Nations grants, and I thank Councillor Grisbeck for the amendment, because we do need to build a heritage consciousness in the non-urban areas, and only around Port Arlington last year or thereabouts was the Lincoln homestead that had already dissolved into the ground except for the well. It was too late, but perhaps if something had been available 5 or 8 years ago, something could have been done. But I know there are many gems, heritage gems, throughout the rural areas, and we need to be aware of them.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Okay, now I'll go to Councillor Aitken to close.
Nothing further to add, Mayor Usher.
Okay, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Okay, item 8 is the G21 and AFL Barwon Towards 2030 strategy draft, to be moved by Councillor Nelson and seconded by Councillor Murray. Thanks, Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll try and speak as quickly as I can. I see that the officers have turned the heating off to try and get us out a bit quicker. It certainly worked on the gallery. It's quite cold. This strategy, I just think back to the 2015 strategy, and a few of us around the table were here then, and we thought we were on the right path of building the right infrastructure for our footballers and netballers, and boy were we wrong. This city certainly prides itself on its commitment to sports, female and male participation sport, with regard to AFL and netball, and we thought we were on top of it. Well, I certainly did. Back in 2015, we probably were, but since then has seen an explosion in female participation that's just unprecedented, and congratulations to all those people that are now participating, but that leaves us with a challenge now, so that's why we've got this Towards 2030 strategy, which looks at player and umpire change rooms, and in particular gender neutral and accessible and universal facilities, and work with schools, because obviously we don't have enough ovals now, so now we need to work with schools, and that's probably good because those schools lay empty on weekends, so it's probably a good idea that we use those schools. And the provision of sports lighting, I know that's certainly a touchy subject for some councillors around the table, and this report says to training standards, but I'd like to see it at playing standards as well. I probably should have put an amendment in, but we'll look at that when it comes back, because there's such an explosion of female participation. We don't have the ovals to play on, so some teams are looking to play at night, whether they be boys or girls. It's irrelevant, but the explosion's there and we need to cater for that. So I look forward to the report going out to the community for 6 weeks, and we'll see what they have to say when they come back. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. And this G21 Towards 2030 strategy picks up on the 2015 strategy document, but as Councillor Nelson has certainly highlighted, hasn't the landscape changed dramatically in those 5 or 6 years? And in fact, there's a stat that the AFLW has increased 424% since 2015. That growth certainly puts a strain on the infrastructure, both football and netball, because those gender neutral change rooms are required right across the region. Councillor Nelson has highlighted, the development of the partnership with the schools, which I think is interesting and very important, the sports lighting and the provision of more sporting fields and netball courts. It says in the past 5 years, $67 million has been spent by all levels of government on G21 football, netball, sporting facilities. But in fact, the strategy, I'm not critical, but it hasn't kept up with the times, because I notice even the photo inside of the CEO, he's been gone from AFL Barwon for some time. So I think the landscape is changing that quickly that even a strategy like this is struggling to keep up, because it mentions that grounds or facilities like St Joseph's and St Albans and Western Oval need work. Well, that work's been done and completed. So it's a little out of date, but it's a good read. It's going out to public consultation, which is good. And whilst I'm on the AFLW, AFL Barwon talk, I just want to put it out there again as a challenge to a GFL club to have the AFLW at a 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon time slot, and then the men play on a Sunday. And I put a challenge to some GFL club to be the first, or Ballerine, or any AFL Barwon club to be the first to do that. But perhaps I'll put that in the strategy.
Thanks, Councillor Murray. Councillor Howard.
Thank you. Just a quick point on Councillor Murray here. It has occurred a few times at Queen's Park where the women have played the main game after the seniors.
Well, that's great.
Played night football, actually. Not in on twilight, I should say.
See you on talking the 2 o'clock time slot?
I hear you.
Okay.
We'll move on from that. The figure of the 425% increase simply comes from the fact that girls could only play footy till about under 14s some time ago. So it's obviously with the opening of the potential of senior football has seen the incredible take-up of women's football. Councillor Nelson touched on it, and I've been banging on it for quite some time. If we're going to build lights, build them to a playing standard. There is no point building them to a training standard. We are wasting our money. Yep. Quite simply, it will save grounds if we're able to not have to build as many grounds, because dirt is finite. It's difficult in our growing area. If we can use the grounds longer, it will save the grief of having to move games around to other locations. So it's about building better grounds and smarter grounds. By that I mean some of the soil bases can be done better, and some of the grass cover can be done better. And that is what I think we should be looking for in our future growth of how we do our infrastructure, of playing fields and lighting in particular. The players love playing under proper lights, not training standard lights, but proper playing standard lights. And I think that's where we need to have a distinct mind shift in our current thinking about what levels we should be funding lighting to. I think we're going to miss a huge opportunity and make a rod for our own back if we don't create further capacity of grounds to be played on longer during the weekends in particular. I'll leave it at that, but just the final comment, as we say, with any dollar invested in sport is a $4.40 return. So it's a really good result that we get every time we invest in our community in this particular capacity. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Howard. Councillor Grisbeck, then Councillor Aiken.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think what a great document this is, and let's hope that the feedback that comes back, we can amend the document so that those particular things that Councillor Murray here had raised around the errors and the updates can be done, because we want this document to be here for the long haul, because it's really important that this document can guide spending from not only council, it could guide state and federal government in terms of where they would be putting their money. So I'm really keen for it to be updated to the most recent information that we've got. And at some point we have to really realise that lights across winter sports are not, they're not nice to have. They are an essential item to a winter sport. And I agree with the opportunity that if we're providing lights, we should be providing them at a standard that can be playing the game, not just training the game. It'll prevent injury, and it actually means that we're investing in the sport, and the people realise that. So I think the document is great. I think we need to make sure it is correct to the best that we can, and I'd love to see this kind of document for other sports codes across Geelong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. Look, most of the debate's actually been dominated about football. The reality is this report actually talks just as much about netball in terms of facility and resources that are needed. But what a great problem to have. Women's participation is going through the roof, and it's putting males under pressure that have had 100 years of funding and local government support and traditional access to pieces of open space that they call ovals. Well, in fact, what a great pressure that women are putting back on males to actually say, well, we want to use that oval at 2 o'clock on a Saturday. We want to actually participate and have the same opportunities that you've had for the last 100 years. And in fact, local government should be funding us to the same tune at which you've received funding over the last 100 years for the sport that you've actually participated in. So I think it's fantastic what is happening with female participation in this particular report. And I echo Councillor Grisbeck's comments. I hope other sporting codes actually look at this, because this is the second time that AFL Barwon has actually undertaken this facilities review. And I encourage other sports to do the same thing, because it makes our job easier as councillors to rank the level of support that's needed for a particular facility, as opposed to just political lobbying that occurs for a particular facility. This actually gives us quite an independent ranking system to actually look at the facilities, and I hope more women continue to put pressure on males that have had a privilege for over 100 years.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Other comments on this one?
Yes.
Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Mayor Asher. Look, I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments. One was particularly pleasing to see that some of the facilities that, going back probably in the last 5 to 8 years would have been ranked probably some of the worst facilities, and in fact, probably just a couple of years ago, St Albans would have been there. Now we're seeing some of those facilities, particularly in the Brownbill ward, amongst the best facilities. And with the recent upgrades to Joey's and also to West, the extensive work that's occurred at Bell Park and also at North Geelong and St Albans, I think it's been tremendous to see some of that investment occur in those facilities. But further to the comments made by Councillor Aitken and Grisbeck, it reminds me really that whilst there are other sports that need a document like this, in my opinion, none more so than soccer. We really need a soccer strategy. I was on this council when the G21 soccer strategy came to the council, and we never adopted it. We actually noted it because, unfortunately, it just wasn't the right. Recommendation. So I think we really need to push for that, and I won't take away from what this is, but I'd like to work with our fellow councillors to make sure we get a G21 soccer strategy pretty soon.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Any other comments? All good to close. Okay, Councillor Aitken. No, Nelson, sorry, Ronnie. Councillor Nelson to close. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, most things have been said around here, around the chamber tonight. 67 million, as Councillor Murray here said, has been spent since 2015. And the elephant in the room, obviously, is GMHBA Stadium and all the funding they've received over the last 6 years. Is probably around $250 million to the detriment, I think, of our struggling clubs around the region. So hopefully the next 5 years we can get at least $100 million spent on local clubs, and that will be great for the region, not just City of Greater Geelong, great for the G21 region because, as Councillor Aitken said, where'd it go? I know, I said it, I had it here, there we go. 485 football teams, but 431 netball teams. So lots of female participation, that's just in netball. So imagine what that is in football as well. So female participation has certainly overtaken male participation, and we desperately need some funds now that GMHBA Stadium's all but finished. Maybe state and federal governments can look at council now with elections coming up soon. We can get some funding for our grassroots community sport. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Nelson. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Okay, item 9 is the Positive Ageing Strategy 2021 to 47 draft report, to be moved by Councillor Mansfield and seconded by Councillor Maloney. Thanks, Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. This is a really timely strategy, not least because our demographic is changing quite rapidly in the City of Greater Geelong, with the fastest growth changes happening at both ends of the age spectrum. In the cohort aged over 55, we're expecting an increase of 68% between based on 2016 up to 2041. So from 72,000 to 120,000. That's the expected change in that population, which is is a pretty dramatic change. Traditionally, council's main focus for people as they age has been the provision of services like home care, but that's actually only about 10% of the over 65s who use those services. We've, over the past couple of years now, we've been out and engaged with the community, and we've also developed an Ageing Well Advisory Committee, and from all of this consultation, we've heard that there's a lot more that our community want and need from council. And I think the other reason this strategy is particularly timely is in light of the findings of the Aged Care Royal Commission. The findings, of course, have implications for our home care services, and we're exploring that as we speak, and we'll have more decisions to make on that as a council going forward. But that Royal Commission also raises broader questions about how society views and respects people as they age. And this draft strategy recognises a broad range of issues being experienced by people in our community. It talks about practical measures to overcome isolation, such as transport and financial barriers to participation, as well as opportunities for social interaction. It talks about assistance with navigating what's a really complex system. If anyone's ever had to try and navigate aged care services and supports, it's pretty difficult for anyone, and including service providers. And so it can be really difficult to find the information that you need. And there's also a lack of coordination between different organisations. I feel like these same themes come up again and again all the time when we look at different systems. But other things that have been identified: digital literacy and access, dealing with stigma, ageism and discrimination, and safety of our built environment, as well as physical safety from real perceived threats of violence and crime. So the aim of this strategy is really to highlight how the council as a whole can, in everything we do, better support people as they age in our community. And it's worth noting that we've specifically recognised people as they age in our draft 4-year council plan that is also out for community consultation. So this draft strategy is out for community consultation for 4 weeks, and I really look forward to getting feedback on this one. I'd encourage anyone with an interest in this area to have a look at it and let us know what you think.
Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. And just to echo the comments of Councillor Mansfield's response about safety, I think that we've spoken a lot about safety tonight, and especially we're incredibly concerned about that, especially considering this plan commits to improving community safety and the safety for our ageing population. In Australia, we're facing a homelessness crisis, and the fastest growing population of homeless people is women aged over 55. So we are living longer, and in 2021 we are an ageing population, and since positive ageing includes keeping fit and healthy, which is another thing we've also talked about tonight, it also includes having a positive attitude towards ageing, and I'm certainly excited to see that this draft strategy will help me in the future as I rapidly move into my elderly years. So I feel really excited that this plan will acknowledge and value older people for their past, present and future contributions, because I think that often we overlook these things as we recognise people for their 50th wedding anniversary or their massive contributions to Country Women's Association or football clubs, as we've mentioned. I think it's incredibly important to ensure that we're all safe, especially for our older population, including matters that are really important to council in particular, accessible ramps, footpaths, and making sure that people can get around safely. So I second the recommendation to release this strategy for community consultation, and I'm looking forward to hearing from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Any other comments on this one? Councillor Aitken.
Look, I'll just be brief. I know we're going to do a positive ageing action plan as well too, but I read the document in detail, and I do think we actually have to talk about road safety for elderly people and ageing people. And as a consequence, I think hopefully during this public consultation page that people who do have an interest in that issue do ask us to include it in terms of the strategy. And part of the reason for that thinking is we actually have the TAC headquarters in Geelong. It is actually about trying to reduce the deaths and accidents and injury and also vehicle collision on our roads. And I think it's appropriate that if we're doing a positive ageing strategy, that there does need to be something that talks about and enhances the fact that road safety and independence and other issues associated with our ageing population are considerations that we need to include in our strategy. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Other comments? Back to Councillor Mansfield to close.
Nothing further to add.
Okay, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 10 is the proposed lease of retail and office space at 137 to 149 Mercer Street, Geelong Civic Precinct. It's been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Murray, I believe. Thank you, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Legal process, the council gives notice of intention to lease the land at 137 to 149 Mercer Street, the land which will house our new civic precinct. There will be a submissions review panel and will be appointed to hear submissions in person. There are 3 retail commercial spaces. One's a cafe and also space to be constructed there are 3 retail commercial spaces and 1 cafe space to be constructed within the civic precinct. And it's proposed to first test the market and invite submissions for the types of use and commercial terms to lease the commercial and cafe spaces in that civic precinct. So the city may choose, depending on submissions, to engage agents or brokers in the future if thought required to attract and field applications for the commercial spaces. But quite simply, we're going out to the market to see what interest we can generate for the space that we are creating. So that is the report that we have here this evening.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Howard. Councillor Murray.
No, I've got nothing further to add to that.
Okay. Anybody else want to talk about this one? Noting time. I think you're all good, Councillor Howard, to close.
Thanks. I just think the early feedback I've been receiving in relation to how the building looks and the design and the shape, etc., and the material used has drawn huge interest to the building. So we're hoping that will be reflected in the desire for those to come in and be part of that building. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 11 is the proposed road deviation of 185 to 235 Geelong Road and Pigden Street, Port Arlington, to be moved by Councillor Mason and seconded by Councillor Aitken. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. This is to recommend that Council initiate a statutory process for the proposed road deviation of Geelong Road and Pigden Street, Port Arlington intersection for safe traffic and pedestrian flow. The City Council Statutory Planning Authority endorsed a plan for the site located at 185 to 235 Geelong Road, Port Arlington on the 31st of December 2020. This section of Geelong Road, Port Arlington is in fact a Vic Road's arterial road, and Pigden Street is an unsealed road on Crown land which intersects with Geelong Road. The deviation is required for safer traffic flow. The discontinued part of Pigden Street is proposed to become an open space waterway. For this to go ahead, we need to give public notice and call for community input and engagement. Council will then consider these submissions and might resolve to deviate the road. After that, ministerial consent must be sought in relation to the Crown land. So everyone has an opportunity to make a written proposal on this deviation, and I recommend we initiate the statutory process and we include further community input.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Aitken. Okay, anybody else want to comment on this one?
Nothing to add, Mayor Asher.
Thank you. I saw your lips move, so I read your lips. Councillor Mason, to close.
After Councillor Aitken's scintillating comments, I have nothing further to add.
Not seen Councillor Aitken speechless very often. Okay, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Okay, item 12 is the proposed road naming, unnamed laneway to Inspiration Lane, Belmont, to be moved by Councillor Maloney and seconded by Councillor Harwood. Thank you, Councillor Maloney.
Thanks, Mayor Asher. I'm learning something every day, and I recently learned that there are a number of laneways and roads in Belmont named after Antarctic explorers, so finding out a bit more about my borough as I go along. The report we have before us recommends the Council approve the naming of an unnamed laneway, to Inspiration Lane, and if approved, the naming will be submitted to the Office of Geographical Names for its official registration. And we have had a number of requests for the naming of the laneways, and Inspiration has been proposed due to the historic Antarctic explorers who, through their accomplishments, have inspired the community at the time. So I think I might just leave it here for brevity, but it's exciting to hear that, that there's so many requests, and looking forward to seeing the naming of the laneway.
Lovely, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Harwood.
Having walked the laneway recently, the gravelly dirt track that it is, Inspiration Lane's very befitting.
Any other comments on this one? We did have a good discussion on briefing on this one. Councillor Nelson.
Probably why I wasn't allowed to move it or second it, Madam Mayor. I've never disagreed with the road naming, but I certainly disagree with this one. Two of the people that actually voted in favour of Inspiration Lane didn't even know that the street they were living on was named after an Antarctic explorer. So if they did, they probably would have voted for, and I'll get the pronunciation wrong, Beach, he was nicknamed, was an Antarctic explorer who lived just off between Roslyn Road and High Street, which is just where we're talking about. And I think that would have been a much more fitting name because he was an Antarctic explorer and lived in Belmont. So I respectfully go to a vote against this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nelson. Any other comments? Councillor Murray.
I actually support the name because I've been told that a few of the locals in years gone by used to go parking in this area, and they think it's apt that it's called Inspiration Lane.
Maybe aspirational.
Too much information. Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Now, look, all jokes aside, I'm very supportive of this report. It's actually in remembrance of Ivy O'Connor, who nearly lived to the ripe old age of 100, just didn't make it, unfortunately. But she spent some 60 years living in and around either Scott Street or on the laneway. And it's her mother that has put forward this request. Her mother's now 74, Judy Turley. And they spent, many, many weeks trying to come up with a name that would encapsulate the Antarctic theme. And it was after some time in looking at the roads and laneways that were around there, and in fact there's a laneway that sits between Regent Street and the Coles supermarket named Discovery Lane, and they were reading through explorations in Antarctica, and they read how inspirational the Australian explorers were at the time, and it was Judy Turley that then suggested Inspiration Lane. Having spent nearly 9 weeks in Antarctica, I think it's a really fitting name, and Councillor Nelson shouldn't be concerned because there will be a laneway named after the Antarctic explorer that he was referring to, and it's being looked upon now, so your community will be very pleased that you've represented them, and they will have their laneway named accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor Contell. Okay, are we all done? We're back to Councillor Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor Asher, and thank you, Councillor Murray, for that interesting addition to my new knowledge of Belmont. So I just wanted to reiterate Councillor Contell's mentioning of the proposed laneway, which is closer to the Roslyn Road residence that Mr. Berchevais, the Antarctic explorer, did have. So I think that's more appropriate if it's closer to his old dig. So nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. We'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Thank you. Sorry, Ron. It's carried. Okay, item 13 is the proposed road discontinuance and sale of Metre Place, North Geelong. Metre or Minor? Metre Place. It's going to be moved by Councillor Grisbeck and seconded by Councillor Aitken. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm a little unsure as to why I'm moving this today, but I'm quite happy to do so. This is an approach from the Cotton On Group in relation to their car parking in North Geelong there, off Separation Street, I think. That they have obviously expanded their operations and their car park there, and so there was an opportunity for them. They sought to seek opportunity to purchase Metre Place, and we're putting this out for the intention to discontinue the road reserve and sell the land. That's all, Madam Mayor.
Well said. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Aitken.
Yeah, it's actually quite odd when you go out there, you see this magnificent huge car park and then you see this gravel component right in the middle of the car park. In fact, what Cotton On's been doing, they've been consolidating the car park, and this is the last piece left. They about 18 months ago, they actually were able to purchase another part of the car park, and they've bitumised that for their workforce that's out there. And when you look from Separation Street, it's actually nearly right in the middle of their car park, so it certainly looks really odd. I hope that we actually get market value for it, and we do maximise the return that the community gets from that particular site location. But it is logical for us to be undertaking this activity, what we're doing.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Any other comments on this one? No? Councillor Grisbeck.
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 14 is the procurement policy update, to be moved by Councillor Aitken and seconded by Councillor Contell. Thank you, Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. I'll be quick on this one because what's interesting, it is part of our annual review process for this particular policy. What we're doing this time is we're actually just modifying some of the management terminology in it, like the finance director instead of calling it the corporate services director and words like that in the document, because in fact what happens is we actually have been instructed to rewrite this document in December of this year. So this is actually a minor update before we actually do the major review in December. But what is pleasing for the council group and the community at large to understand is that last year in calendar year 2019, we actually procured $142 million in our local community, excluding our wage bill that we have. For the 2020 year, it's actually $185 million. So this council is actually doing a fantastic job in terms of local procurement and the amount of expenditure, and we will continue to push those boundaries to make sure that the dollars that we are spending are actually going to the local procurement. And I wait for the next review on this particular document in December 2021.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Contell.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, it's interesting because every council I've been on, this document always generates a lot of interest amongst councillors, and there's always a keen desire to ensure that more business opportunities are provided to local providers. It's as Councillor Aitken said, it is positive that some sort of 73% of all council procurement that was spent over the last 12 months has been with Geelong regional businesses. But I think we are all looking forward to, once again, reviewing the document. I think there's always room for improvement, and I'd certainly like to see the inclusion of businesses that employ apprentices and trainees, given some favourable weighting in the future, because creating those types of pathways for our young people or adult apprentices, I think is a tremendous initiative that the city could play a significant role in. So I do look forward to the review.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Contell. Any other comments on this one? Back to Councillor Aitken.
Nothing further to add, Mayor Asher.
Okay, we'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 15 is Clever and Creative, Our Progress 2020, to be moved by Councillor Grisbeck and seconded by Deputy Mayor Sullivan. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this is the Vision Annual Report Progress for 2020. This highlights many activities and projects undertaken by Council and the broader community. And these align with our community-led vision as a clever and creative future. Some of the achievements include, and not limited to, the new home for the Spirit of Tasmania. These are things that are not only just council but broader bodies in Geelong have brought to Geelong. Council adopted a plan to increase 12,000 new social housing properties in the next 20 years. We're committed to converting 25,000 streetlights to the energy efficient LEDs. And we've used over 8,500 tonnes of recycled asphalt to build roads, footpaths, and recycled over 6,500 tonnes of concrete. And Avalon Airport, the report says that Avalon Airport announced their new international flights into Asia, which we are all hopeful that can come back at some time in the future. This document was a view on 2020, and it has got the projects whilst some were on pause and some were brought forward because of COVID-19, but I think it's a really good document about where we landed with an eye on the future. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Deputy Mayor Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I support the words of Councillor Grisbeck in this. Some fantastic key achievements in this year, as Councillor Grisbeck has mentioned. A lot of funding has been drawn to the region, a lot of economic activity, a lot of clever and creative projects as well. I'd like to mention the special use of the city restoring a degraded shellfish reef using 500 square metres of recycled shells from restaurants and the seafood industry. These are just things we can do to help with our circular economy and help our local environment. I will note that the only real negatives in this report is the current trend on being a destination that attracts local and international visitors. Numbers of visitors, international visitors, and tourism employment naturally under the current circumstances. We can't do much about that. But I look forward to our new department head, Mr. Gareth Smith, rectifying that as soon as possible, as I'm sure he can. Thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Mason.
Thanks, Mayor Asher, and thank you, Councillor Sullivan. Though I do have to note that our urban development isn't reaching its goals at the moment. It's good that we do have these progress reports so that we can monitor these matters. It is great news that our waste management's performing well and above the norm in terms of the state norm. Carbon emissions, I'm looking forward to the reports in the future when we are able to take into account our decrease in carbon emissions due to our electricity purchasing policy, but it's not yet reflected in our reporting. And our water use has also got some way to go, but it's doing quite well in terms of relativities. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Mason. Any other comments on this one? Back to Councillor Grisbeck.
I got nothing further, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 16 is the Greater Geelong City Council General Election Report 2020, to be moved by Deputy Mayor Sullivan and seconded by Councillor Mansfield. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to be able to move the most exciting report of the evening, I believe, the Greater Geelong City Council General Election Report, although I wish it included the results in it as well. This is a requirement of local government regulations to have this report, to have it moved. It was an interesting election. It was difficult under the COVID-19 restrictions for all nominees, especially first time and new. It was great that we had results that had a high percentage return of gender equality. We're not all the way, but it was fantastic to see an improvement. It's great to see a higher than average voter turnout, up 86.16%. Fantastic, a record high for us. Over 200,000 voters. Minimal complaints, mostly about the process or minor, somebody was left off the roll, et cetera, which most of them are rectified. And happy to pass this on to be moved. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. Look, just to reinforce what Councillor Sullivan has said there, we've had a really great participation rate, and I think that's particularly good to see, given the concerns that there were around postal ballots being delivered or being received on time. So that was really good, really low informal voting rate compared to other municipalities, and I think all that shows that our community is really engaged with local government, perhaps. And from a candidate's perspective, I just think it was really well run, particularly given the very difficult circumstances that COVID presented and the constantly changing landscape. So just like to thank everyone who was involved in that process.
Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Any other comments on this one? Councillor Aitken.
Look, as I suspect all councillors of City tonight, we were pretty happy with the result. But however, look, we've still got a little bit to go. The reality is that we should have equality on the council. We still don't have enough female representatives that represent the actual population split that we have in the city of Greater Geelong. What it does mean that a few of us males shouldn't be here if we're going to have that diversity going forward. So I encourage up-and-coming and proactive female members of our community to start their campaigns now. It does take a long time to establish yourself in a community. I know, because I started this journey back in 1992, and I encourage females that have an interest in their community and local government to actually start their campaigns now and make sure that Geelong truly represents the population base that it has. And that means equality in terms of the number of females on this council and diversity of individuals as well too, in terms of our ethnic backgrounds, our disabilities and our other aspects of our life. And then we truly will be able to tick the box with the Victorian Electoral Commission, because we will be a true representation of the community that we govern now at the local government level.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Other comments on this one? Councillor Grisbeck,
sorry, Madam
can't
Mayor.
resist it.
Just can't resist it. No, I think whilst this report is around the report on how the elections went, I think we've got to be mindful about what's coming down the line in relation to the Local Government Act and the opportunity, whether it's an opportunity or whether it's not, around single-member wards and what that means for Geelong. So we'll be looking forward to a VEC review at some point, making sure that we have our input into that, and the community needs to have their input into that review to tell us what they want, both either single-member wards or however that might look. The community told us very clearly during the process after administration that ward space is what they wanted, so we need to make that very clear. If they have another review, that's their opportunity to tell the review that that's what they want.
Yep, well said. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Any other comments? We'll go back to Deputy Mayor Sullivan to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do apologise. I misspoke. The results are in this fantastic report, and I'm glad that I'm still here to be able to say that. And with all that, just happy to move it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Put this one to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 17 is the Regional Renewable Organics Network Heads of Agreement, which will be heard in confidential. Item 18 is the Civic Precinct Status Report, to be heard in confidential. So item 17, can I have a mover and seconder to consider that one? Councillor Maloney, seconded Councillor Mansfield. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item 18, can I please have a mover and seconder? Moved Councillor Harwood, seconded Councillor Murray. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. So we move into section D, which is the record of informal meetings of councillors. May I have a... That's... Oh, to move forward? Okay. A procedural motion. Are we all happy to move the item of urgent business?
Sorry, Mayor, I do apologise.
Thank you.
Under section C, I would actually like to propose that Council consider an urgent business as a motion concerning the funding of the Northern Aquatic and Community Hub.
Okay. Are we okay to hear that in section C? We'll put it to the vote. Are we all happy to hear that one now and discuss that one? Yes? Seconder. Councillor Grisbeck. Thank you. Okay. Happy to hear it. Those in favour? Those against? Absolutely, we can move that one forward. Thank you, Councillor Aitken.
Thank you very much, Mayor Asher. I'd like to move the recommendation that sits before us in relation to this item. Thank you for councillors recognising that this is a piece of urgent business, and let me just explain to you why it is a piece of urgent business. Council currently has a live application for Building Better Regions Fund, which is a federal...
Excuse me, Councillor Aitken, we have to move whether we're going to hear it first.
Sorry?
So we have to actually move and second whether we're going to hear it.
I apologise.
Yep. We jumped in, so we missed.
So I'll move that it is an item of urgent business, is that right?
Is correct, and Councillor Grisbeck's happy to second it.
And I'll speak now in favour of why it is urgent business, if that's okay. Yeah, is that my understanding?
Governance point of view, can we hear why it's urgent, or do we need to vote first?
Thank you very much. What we need to do is for Councillor Aitken to move a motion that Council admit this item as an item of urgent business to consider the matter of funding for the Northern Aquatic and Community Hub.
But I think we actually do get the opportunity to speak to it so that people can understand why it is urgent business, in that it's not a formal motion that's gagged.
Yep. Yes, you can explain why it's urgent, but don't go into the whole notice. Don't go into the whole item.
There's no...
You can explain why it's urgent.
Okay. I thought we had to vote
absolutely.
So I do apologise. So we have voted that it is urgent business, so we've resolved that issue, and now we actually put the motion. So that's how normal practice used to be. Yeah. So it is now the notice of motion because we've accepted that it is.
Okay, I thought we voted to just move it forward in the agenda, but we haven't actually voted whether we're going to hear it. Okay. That's what we've done so far. We haven't actually voted as to whether we're going to hear it.
All right, so we're discussing now if it is an item of urgent business.
Correct.
Correct. All right, thank you.
Yep.
So, Lucas, I'll be very quick on it then. We have a live application for Building Better Regions Fund, which is a federal government fund. Council did receive an extension until Friday of last week to become eligible for that particular funding program. To be eligible, you must actually have total funding, project funding committed for that project. Council asked for an extension to say, can we wait until we receive state government budget, which was announced last week. And it did announce an $8.5 million contribution towards this particular project. Unfortunately, it meant we're still not eligible to meet the criteria associated with Better Building Region Fund. What the organisation and the CEO requested was a further extension until tomorrow, Wednesday night. And the reason why this is urgent business is that the CEO would like the capacity to have an understanding, does council support this project to receive total funding? And we will thus be eligible for Building Better Regions Fund, which our application is for a maximum of $10 million. We have requested the full amount. If we choose not to make this an item of urgent business, it means that that funding opportunity will not exist. And that's why the urgency that it's being before us tonight is that we do want to be able to respond to the federal government to say either we do meet the criteria or we don't meet the criteria associated with it. I would like the councillors to support the capacity for us to discuss it and debate it and actually articulate the merits associated with what is being proposed, but we can't do that unless it actually is considered an item of urgent business. Yeah.
Okay. Are you happy to second that? Okay. Did you want to talk to that too? Or will we just second it? Okay, so we'll put to the vote whether we hear this item of urgent business. So all those in favour of hearing it? Excellent. Carried. Thank you. So we'll now consider the matter of funding, and I think it would be appropriate for the CEO to speak to this one, just to give it a bit of context. Thank you, Martin. Do we need to move in second again? Yeah, do we have to move in second the actual item? Yes. So moved by Councillor Aitken, seconded by Councillor Grisbeck. CEO to have a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We got there, I think, in here, which is great. And Councillor Aitken's done a good job of explaining the urgency. I'll try and give a bit of a background. It probably sort of covers some of the comments that Councillor Aitken made. But Council has had the Northern Aquatic and Community Hub project as its #1 advocacy priority for the past 5 years. The funding model throughout the time has remained Council providing a third of the funding, with seeking funding from the federal government for around about $20 million and the state government for around about $20 million. And we've advocated for that over that period of time and been through a succession of elections and budgets over that time with little success until recently. So the advocacy has borne fruit in the last, probably the last 2 months, with $8.4 million effectively committed from the federal government through the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund, which is still contingent upon seeking an extension of the time for that, but it's more or less over the line. And we've also obviously been pleased to hear from the state government for a commitment of $8.5 million in the recent budget. Whilst that was delightful to hear about the $8.5 million, we were hopefully seeking to receive that $20 million through that budget process. And therefore we are significantly short of achieving total funding for this project as it currently stands. So this has left us around about $21.84 million short of the total project funding. As part of that, trying to bridge that gap, we do have an application in for the Building Better Regions Fund, which is a federal government fund, for $10 million. To achieve eligibility for that fund, we need to be able to commit to the entire cost of the project of the Northern Aquatic and Community Hub, and we have sought an extension from the government department to seek to make this decision to allow us to be eligible for that particular funding. Such that the difficult thing we've got now is either we commit to not commit to this as a group, or commit to $11.84 million worth of funding, or commit to $21.84 million worth of funding. The disadvantages of committing only for $11.84 million is that if we don't receive the Building Better Regions Fund, we still do not have a project that we'll be able to commence. We'll still be advocating for this funding going forward, and every time that we put an application in for the Building Better Regions Fund or for similar type funding opportunities, we'll be bringing something back through Council to reach a resolution to achieve total funding for this project. The resolution that's up tonight adopts a slightly different approach to that. We commit to the entire project of funding of $21.84 million, which will allow us to commence the project, but it'll also make a strong commitment to continue to seek funding, obviously through the Building Better Regions Fund. If that is not successful, through the next round of Building Better Regions Fund, and if that is not successful, but also through the forthcoming federal and state elections that are on their way. So the purpose of this resolution tonight, as it's currently worded, is to give the project the momentum it requires, provides commitment for Council for the total funding, but also commits to seeking sources of funding to reduce that overall commitment down from 21.84. I can also tell you that we've also received advice that there is another round of the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund from the federal government, where discussions I've had with Senator Henderson indicates that there's $4.4 million available there that we can also allocate towards this. So there are quite bona fide, legitimate avenues of reducing the overall commitment of 21.84, but we believe this is the best way to provide the momentum required to build on the project, allow us to move forward on it, start the tender process, look to commence the project, but also seek to move as best we can through seeking funding opportunities through our alternatives. I do understand it's a big decision, absolutely. I do understand the urgency that's associated with it. I do apologise that it is coming to you as a late item, but obviously it only really came to a head after we received $8.5 million of funding from the state, which was short of what we had hoped for at that particular point in time. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Martin. Now, Councillor Aitken, would you like to move to read out the entire recommendation, given that we don't have the screen?
Okay, thank you, I will.
Thank you.
So the recommendation is that Council 1 approve $21.84 million funding for the Northern Aquatic and Community Hub, NASH, to satisfy the Better Building Regions Fund, BBRF, eligibility criterion of committed funds for the total cost of the project and enable the commencement of procurement for the project. Number 2, undertake a 7-day community engagement on the inclusion of this funding in the city's 21-22 to 24-25 budget, the feedback from which is to be considered prior to Council's consideration for adoption of the 21-22 to 24-25 budgets. Note that the project build is planned to be completed in the year 2023-24 year, whilst funding will cover a 4-year period through to 24-25. Number 4, note that funding will be sourced from any of or a combination of cash reserves, borrowing, prioritisations and rephrasing of projects in the draft 21-22 to 24-25 budget, or possible additional funding from the Victorian and or Australian governments. Number 5, requests that the Chief Executive Officer provide formal advice to the BBRF that Council has approved this funding for inclusion in 21-22 to 24-25 budgets. Number 6, note that should the BBRF application be successful, Council's commitment will reduce to $11.84 million. Number 7, note that the $21.84 million is contingent on approval of the allocation to the NASH, to Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund, LRCIF Phase 2, with a 2-year extension, and acknowledgement and thank the Australian Government for their allocation to the city under this fund. Number 8, acknowledge and thank the Victorian Government for the recent allocation of $8.5 million in the 21-22 Victorian budget for the NASH. And number 9, continue to seek further sources of funding from the Victorian and Australian governments to reduce Council's further commitment of $21.84 million to this project. There's the full motion.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Would you like to now speak to it?
Yeah. Thank you. I would like to speak to this. Look, the first thing I do want to do is apologise to the council group, at which the CEO has also said as well too. It certainly was my preference that this actually came as an officer report to the council group and not a notice of motion. The organisation has worked extremely hard since Friday to try to put this document before the council group, and in fact the only way we could do this under our processes was actually through the notice of motion as an item of urgent business. So I apologise that is actually what has happened and endorse that apology that's been given by the CEO. What we are attempting to do, this is a significant decision for the council. What we are doing tonight is essentially we will be committing to build the Nash. We have now spent the last 5 years, and for this council group the last 3.5 years, lobbying, advocating, supporting and considering this particular project every single year during those last 5 years. And now is an actual significant opportunity for us to actually deliver on what is our number one priority and has been for the last 4 years as a council group. This is a significant investment into the northern suburbs of Geelong. We have continuously said and advocated that it is a paramount project for that particular community. Our capacity to be able to deliver that project now as it is at the highest level it has ever been during our advocacy program for this particular project. And what we are doing tonight, essentially, we are creating an overdraft facility of $21.84 million to commit to this project, and we are looking for additional funding support from our federal and state governments. It is correct for us to make sure that we are eligible for the Building Better Regions Fund of $10 million. If we reject this decision tonight, we are effectively saying to the federal government, we withdraw our application because we acknowledge we are not eligible for that particular funding. What it does do then, it puts at jeopardy the $16.76 million that we already have. We have $8.26 million from the federal government. We have $8.5 million from the state government. We have the commitment of the local state senator in Sarah Henderson advocating for our project application under the Building Better Regions Fund for $10 million. And we also have the state government themselves. I'll read what the Minister for Regional Development, Marianne Thomas, said on Thursday in the Geelong Advertiser. She actually was asked what would take additional funding for this project. And she actually said massive projects like this need every level of government to put their hands in. So the Victorian government is waiting for the federal government to show their true colours. The challenge is actually being issued out there for the federal government to put more money in because the state is indicating that they are interested in doing that as well too. But we have to be the catalyst to provide that opportunity for additional funds. And without us actually doing that, we won't be able to ask the federal government for additional funding, and we certainly won't be able to ask the Minister for Regional Development to honour the commitment that has been made by the state government. It was quite clear. The Geelong Advertiser asked if the state government would provide a further funding boost for the project if the city requested $18.62 million from the Commonwealth, which is what essentially we're doing tonight. We're asking for additional $10 million to the $8 million. Miss Thomas, who was the Minister for Regional Development, she said, wait and see. To me, that is actually expressing an opportunity that we can source additional funds. but we have to actually be the controller of this project now. We have to be the one that actually delivers on this project, and we have to take those opportunities. I would certainly encourage the council group to get on with this project. Let's make this project happen. Let's actually stop talking about this project and start to deliver it. Let's give the federal government every opportunity to put in up to an additional $10 million, and let's tell the state government we don't want to wait and see if there's additional funds. We want the state government to actually match whatever the federal government actually delivers for this particular project, and we want to deliver this project. I want to be part of a council that actually delivers. I encourage all councillors to be part of a council group that delivers, and this is an opportunity to be able to do that tonight.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Grisbeck.
It is hard to follow Councillor Aitken. He makes some amazing points there, and I think the only thing that I probably have to add is obviously the support for this motion in the highest context, but this really would show to our community that not only are we looking to invest funds into a civic precinct, we are also looking to invest funds into the aquatic and community hub. It would really complete the buildings out there in the north, and the Barwon Health North. It would complement that service, and we can underestimate how much the community out in Corio and Norlane and the broader community, because it is a regional facility, are waiting on this. They're waiting with bated breath on this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll keep it short, but I think, look, notwithstanding that this overdraft is eye-watering big, we do need to be in the driver's seat, and this is about creating our own luck. And there's been two mayors certainly here that have been on the front page and screaming from the rafters that we've got to have this project funded. Both Bruce and yourself have been advocates for that. Councillor Grisbeck and Councillor Aitken have been shouting this for a long time. All the pollies in town are saying this is the most important project. We continually say that we need to deliver infrastructure for the north, and if we're ever going to be courageous and make our own luck, then tonight's the night to do that. I agree with Councillor Aitken that there is funding there to be obtained. Whilst we're saying we'll fund it at this point in time, we are asking for the feds and for the state to stand up and go arm in arm on this project. But regardless, we're showing courage, and if others don't stand up, well, they'll be absolutely embarrassed because until this date, everyone has been saying it's the most important project in town. Well, now it's time to put your money where your mouth is and actually fund it. But I think from a leadership perspective, we're doing the absolute right thing as the local council here and taking the brave step forward of creating this large overdraft to fund this project finally.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Contell. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. Look, I'm happy to sell sausages at Bunnings to help this get over the line. I mean, we have done everything probably short of that. And we will continue to, well, I'll certainly continue to advocate for this particular project. It has been our number one project for some time. We have sort of digressed to other big infrastructure items, and rightly so, but this has always remained the number one. And I think, if this is what it takes, this is what it takes. It is a leap of faith in politicians, and sometimes you swim and sometimes you don't. But I guess the conversation has been had, the assurances have been given as best they can. So I think we're in a position to take the risk, and it is a big risk. We could, I guess, worst case scenario, we get landed with a $42 million bill, give or take, and that will take some time to chew on. But again, we have a number of assets out there that we still haven't explored. There are a number of opportunities for this council to control the debt that we would incur, or the overdraft as it's now being called. But I think the risk is worth it. as I think we've been saying, we've talked the talk. Now it's time to walk the walk, so to speak. And I look forward to seeing this as an episode on Utopia in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. Others? Councillor Murray.
I guess when I'm talking, I'm going to ask a few questions because I think there's questions that haven't been really answered, or whether they can be answered, I'm not sure. But it seems to me that we have a gun to our heads tonight. We're really under pressure, and it's been forced upon us. And so the first question: if council commits to the extra funding, and if the BBRF funds don't come through, we're left holding the bag with another 21.84 million, and we've already committed the 20 million to this project, 22 million to this project. So I'm making those comments and questions because I understand where we are, and I just think that Councillor Aiken is drawing a long bow in regards to the minister's comments. He sees that as positive, and that's great. And if they are, terrific. And the other matter that I wanted to raise is that that funding will be sourced from any of or combination of cash reserves, borrowings, prioritisation and rephasing of projects in the draft 21-22. So I'd be keen to know what those projects are. Perhaps it doesn't matter. Perhaps this project is so important that we'll do whatever tonight to get it across the line. And I'm not against that, but I just thought it should be raised, the points because I think there's matters there that, well, I'm not fully across, and as I say, we're backed into a corner with this, and so that's my comment on it.
Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. When I first saw this, I was extremely concerned, but what some councillors have said, we've been pushed into a corner. I'm as concerned as Councillor Murray about that eye-watering $21.84 million, but I guess this is a leap of faith. I guess it is our number one project. I do take comfort in the fact that that Martin has put this to us, but procedural matters said that it had to go as a notice of motion. So I do take comfort in that. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't support it. But it's disappointing that so far from the state we've got about 14% of the project, and from the local federal member we've got 0. He's been there for 14 years and we've got 0. I'm really disappointed that our backs are against the wall here with this, but we've always said that this is our number one project, so I'm reluctantly going to support it, knowing that future projects will not get passed. Whether that's, well, it's not going to be bike lanes because that's going ahead. It might be playgrounds and parks and things like that, dog parks, street naming, who knows. But it's really disappointing that that the local members out there really haven't batted harder, and they need to bat harder and stop taking their residents for granted. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. I think we've heard most of the arguments already. It certainly is a time to be bold, and we have been talking about risk appetite quite a lot this year. I note Councillor Murray's comments. I'm going to try to be bold and support this, but in a sober sort of a way, because we have to think of the consequences if things go bad. and they could. And then we're going to have an argy-bargy. We're going to have some discussions. We will survive. Council, the city, well, the city will survive. The council may not. Councillor Aitken's aim of gender balance may well come in very quickly. But anyway, or diversity, greater diversity on the council. But yes, we will have to face up to some very difficult decisions on rephasing or reprioritising projects or whatever our assets are. So knowing this, that's, I suppose, one of the definitions of courage, is knowing the risk and going ahead. So I'm for it, but let's treat one another carefully in the future if things don't go as well as we hope.
Thanks, Councillor Mason. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And I'd like to acknowledge all the words from all my councillors who have spoken before me, but I want to dwell on what was said by Councillor Contell. In fact, that we have an opportunity right here, right now, to make our own luck. This has been our number one priority for over 4 years now. It's been a project that we've struggled. We've been the metaphorical mouse in the bucket of milk that's churned itself into butter. We've gone ourselves so far now, and this is the first time we actually have a shot, a plan to see this through to fruition, to finalisation, to get this project ticked off, a chance to get funded by the other levels of government. And that is not only a win for our community in the north, it's a win for our community as a whole. And from that, we can reprioritise. We have more priorities, more projects, which then come to the top that we can then aim for funding for in the next 2 elections during our term. I believe we have a shot here. And if things don't work out as we planned, we will find a way to deal with it. We will always find a way. So with that, I full-heartedly support this amendment, this urgent business, and I believe everybody here should as well.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Asher. Thank you to Martin for explaining this, and also to Councillor Aiken and Councillor Grisbeck. I know you made yourselves available to explain this because you've been very close to this the whole way. Look, I agree that this is we're definitely taking a risk doing this, but the risk is that we end up footing the bill. We'll still end up hopefully with the facility built and our number one priority sorted. So in a sense, that's still a reasonable outcome. We will have to figure out how we'll fund that and support that if things fall through. But hopefully, we'll have a great shot at success with this application. And as we've discussed, this won't be the only opportunity we can. This sets us up for future applications for further funding from both levels of government. So. Hopefully we won't be footing that whole bill, and there won't be other things that we have to consider compromising on down the track. But I think it's about time we got on with this project, and we, as has been outlined, we have an opportunity to get a reasonable amount of funding through this grant process, but this is what we have to do to get it. So I'm reasonably happy to support it.
Great, thanks, Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks, Mayor Asher. I suppose I better throw my hat in the ring. With respect to the 7-day community engagement on this, I find that it's going to be really tight to get anyone's attention as to what this means, and I'm still thinking about this as well. From my perspective, I've got a healthy risk appetite, but I think that the idea of an overdraft when we were bickering about dollars and cents a couple of weeks ago and having a bit of argy-bargy and friendly talk about the budget, I think that our risk profile lends itself to really starting to advocate to other levels of government for some more significant input into what we do. We do an amazing job of rallying everybody, and I think that Councillor Nelson has really hit the nail on the head that where are those people when we need them, our state and federal members, and I'm new to this game, and I'm left sort of scratching my head going, where are these people and why aren't they talking to us about how they can contribute and why are we always pressured on the back foot? So I'd also like to advocate to us other councillors to start perhaps annoying them or getting on their case as to what we really want to push as our priority, because if this is it, then I think that we need to make sure that we do actually put our money where our mouth is. Thanks. Thank you, Mayor.
Well said, Councillor Maloney. I think I'm the only one left. And we had a busy weekend of lots of conversations because of the time on this one. And it's certainly a decision that has the capacity to change lives and outcomes for the people of Geelong's northern suburbs. And it's also, as I said, a commitment that befits our investment in the greenfields development in the northern and western growth areas as well. And of course, Golden Plains population will use this facility too. So it's this council putting the money or the borrowings where all that talk from the city, from G21, from the Committee for Geelong and all the other stakeholders for so long, for the past 5 years has been. And we are at a make or break point with this project. And I'm personally passionate about supporting infrastructure projects that provide opportunities, particularly ones that are around health and fitness and community connectedness. So, of course, we will continue to seek support and lobby hard, but we just can't drop our bundle now, in my view. So I think we need to get on with walking our talk. So I support it as well. So back to you, Councillor Aitken, to close.
I don't know if I should cry or what I should actually do, but what I do want to acknowledge is, look, I understand the apprehension of my fellow councillors about what they're committing to tonight. This actually is a significant decision and probably the most clever and creative one we've done outside of the civic accommodation complex for the council group. Essentially, we are saying tonight we are going to deliver the most significant community infrastructure project that the City of Greater Geelong has ever invested in. And I'm really proud, and I know Kylie is as well too, of this council group. And I know my community will be extremely proud of this council group, because it will be this council group that will be remembered as the council group that effectively delivered the most significant investment into local community in Geelong that has ever been seen. And the correct words have been used. It is bold, it is courageous, it is risk-taking, but importantly, all of us are saying we believe in this project, we are going to deliver this project, and we are extremely proud to stamp our names and this council on that particular project. So thank you to all councillors tonight.
Okay, on that note, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Well done. Big moment. Quick decision's a good decision. Okay, now we're going to go back. Going back to planning deal note, record of informal meetings. So back to section D, record of informal meetings of councillors. Can I please have a mover and seconder of the record of informal? Councillor Mason to move, Councillor Harwood to second. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Mover and seconder for the planning delegations. Moved Councillor Sullivan, seconded Councillor Harwood. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Right. Now I need a mover and seconder to go into confidential to close the meeting to the public. Moved Councillor Grisbeck, seconded Councillor Nelson. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody. Goodbye, Harrison.